Hey, Douglas. We would like to call the meeting to order. If you could give us instructions, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. If it's okay, I'll start with roll call.
You could do that too.
Thank you. Commissioner Bradshaw.
Here.
Commissioner Cruz.
Present.
Commissioner Falcone. Commissioner Grisby.
Present.
Vice Chair Guardino.
Present.
Commissioner Lugo.
Present.
Commissioner Liu. Commissioner Tavoloni.
Oh, that was
Right.
sad, yeah.
Chair Eager.
Here.
Senator Newman. Assemblymember Friedman. Madam Chair, we have a quorum.
Douglas, I'm also present. You skipped over me.
Oh, I knew I deleted one. I deleted the wrong one. Commissioner Norton.
He deleted you.
All right, sorry about that. Welcome to day one of the December 2023 Commission meeting in Riverside. Please note that because this is a two-day meeting, you will need to use a separate link to attend the meeting tomorrow. The links can be found on the first page of the meeting agenda available on our website. Please use the questions tab in the webinar if you have questions about this. Commission's meeting agenda is located on our website at www.catc.ca.gov. All the presentations for today's meeting are also available on the Commission meetings page of our website under the View Download Meeting Materials tab. Any document the CTC creates can be translated into any language you need. Simply email us at ctc@catc.ca.gov and we'll have them returned to you as quickly as possible. American Sign Language translation is being provided on the webinar for this meeting. You should see the translators on your screen. Live closed captioning is also available. Please select the Show Captions tab at the bottom of your screen. There are a number of language options available there for you to choose from. For our presenters, if you're on the agenda to make a presentation remotely, please do your best to be succinct. Please remember to speak at a steady pace to allow our translating service adequate time for accurate translation. If you are presenting remotely, we hope that you will turn on your camera during your presentation if you have one. For our members of the public, we welcome comments from the public as part of each item at this meeting. For those attending in person, please submit a speaker slip to the clerk at the front of the room to let us know you want to comment on an item. For those attending via Zoom, you should see the webinar control panel, likely located at the bottom of your screen. There you'll find the raised hand and Q&A tabs. We encourage you to use the raised hand feature as early into the item as you can to give the system time to acknowledge you. Committee staff will let you know when it's your turn to make a comment. Alternately, you may use a Q&A tab to submit your comment. Please be sure to include the agenda item you want to comment on. As a reminder, each registered attendee is provided a unique link and phone number to access the webinar. These should not be shared with other participants, as this can create confusion for staff when calling on you to make comments. For all of our meeting attendees, please do your best to be concise. Please make sure that your comments add new information. If you agree with comments of a previous speaker, simply make that statement. Please remember to speak at a steady pace to allow our translating service adequate time for accurate translation. Since we often have many speakers, we ask that you make your point in 3 minutes or less. If, for some reason, we have many speakers on any single topic, we reserve the right to limit comments to 1 minute as needed. Thank you for joining us today. We know your time is valuable, and we appreciate you sharing some of it with us. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Douglas. So at this time, we will do the welcome to the region, and the illustrious Ann Mayer will start us off.
Good afternoon.
Chair Eager, Commissioners, Secretary Omashakin, and Chief Deputy Keever. Welcome to Riverside. I am Ann Mayer, the Executive Director of the Riverside County Transportation Commission and the Western Riverside County Regional Conservation Authority. Commissioners, we are honored to recognize that the land where we stand today are the ancestral lands of Cahuilla, Luiseno, Gabriel Enyo, Tongva, and Kizh tribes. Riverside County has a rich and diverse history of Native tribes. Today, there remains a strong population of Native peoples across 12 state or federally recognized sovereign tribes within Riverside County. We recognize that our tribal communities contribute immensely to the success of our economy and culture, and look forward to continuing to build on these relationships for decades to come. December is a very special time of year here in December, and we always appreciate you joining us here. We hope while you're here, you can take a few minutes to enjoy the Festival of Lights, the Riverside Art Museum, and the Cheech Marin Center for Chicano Art and Culture, affectionately known as the Cheech. A sense of community and community pride is found throughout Riverside County. While founded in common goals for quality of life and prosperity for community members, priorities and needs vary within a county as large as ours. What we see here in Riverside is certainly mirrored in communities and regions throughout California. As one of the fastest growing counties and one of the top 10 most populous in the country, the transportation needs to serve our communities are significant. Add to that the impact of goods movement on our roadways and rail systems, investments in all modes of transportation are essential. With 167,000 new housing units on the horizon within Riverside County by 2029, there remains extreme pressures to deliver transportation solutions which require much more investment. The RCTC is committed to investing in and delivering multimodal solutions our residents need. The Riverside Express system, for example, now has 24 miles of express lanes on State Route 91 and Interstate 15 to not only manage demand, but also to incentivize rideshare, encourage electric vehicle usage, and to provide affordable, reliable, predictable express bus service. We continued that progress this morning with the ribbon cutting of the 1591 Express Lane Connector and the award of a project and construction management contract next week to start preparing for the next 16 miles for the southern extension. I'd like to extend my appreciation to Chair Eager and Commissioner Norton for joining us this morning at the event. And although he is not here, I do need to express our gratitude to Senator Newman for authoring SB 617, which will allow the use of progressive design build. We are going to put it into play on our next I-15 project. At RCTC, we know that roads are not the only solution for our traffic congestion issues. Technology, active transportation, and transit all play an important role. Caltrans has agreed to partner with RCTC on the I-15 Smart Freeway project in Temecula. This first in the state pilot will use intelligent transportation systems to coordinate interstate on-ramp traffic along a 10-mile segment of Interstate 15. Improving operations and safety using technology is a wise and cost-effective investment. This technology has been successfully deployed in Australia and in Colorado. Our board is very enthusiastic about the possibilities, and if the pilot is successful, we would look forward to implementing it throughout the county. The Santa Ana River Trail, a 110-mile-long trail when it's completed, runs from the San Bernardino Mountains to the Pacific Ocean in Huntington Beach. RCTC, in partnership with Riverside County Parks and Recreation, is delivering another segment for pedestrian, bicycle, and equestrian use. Although not one of the most expensive projects in our portfolio, it is very complex as it runs adjacent to the Santa Ana River. It also is adjacent to the Army Corps of Engineers Prado Basin and Dam, and adjacent to the railroad, and we'll be building a new bridge over the railroad so that our active transportation users have safe passage near the railroad tracks. Thanks to legislative action, transit and intercity rail and zero-emission transit capital programs funding in the county, it will be used to help fund our 7 bus transit operators, zero-emission infrastructure facility projects, as well as to contribute to much-needed project development for passenger rail and grade separations along the I-10 freight corridor. The Coachella Valley Rail Project, which will allow for daily round-trip intercity trains between Los Angeles and Coachella, remains one of RCTC's priorities. The Tier 2 environmental document will be funded by STIP and TIRCIP funds. We're anxious to keep that project rolling and very much appreciate the support from Caltrans and CalSTA on this project. These are just a few of the exciting things happening here in Riverside County, and the items are listed are just the things that are on our board's agenda for next week's meeting. So there's a lot going on here in Riverside County. Our work does not end with what they're approving next week. Our diverse communities have diverse needs, and our needs are very evident due to the anticipated housing growth. RCTC has an active outreach effort underway, reaching out to residents throughout the county to seek input on their concerns, their needs, and their transportation priorities. That input is crucial as RCTC continues to invest in Riverside County's future. Providing a dynamic, interconnected transportation network that supports Riverside County's 2.4 million and growing population will take a very special partnership between all of us. If we're going to invest in and deliver a transformational transportation system that serves all of our communities, we have to work together to get the job done. I thank you very much for your partnership. One of our critical partnerships here in Riverside County is with our friends to the north, San Bernardino County. I am delighted to introduce Dr. Ray Wolf for more Inland Empire highlights. Thank you.
Welcome again, Commissioners. Following Ann's marvelous lead, I welcome you to the Inland Empire. We have accomplished a lot of great things working together for a multitude of years, yet much remains. Our communities are not as developed as many flocking the beautiful coastline that has attracted people to California for generations. We are working people who have moved inland for opportunity. The rapid growth of logistics in our backyards has been both a blessing and a cause for concern. Jobs are as important to us as to anyone. Local work reduces commutes and thus strains on the working class. But the steady flow of containerized goods clogs our roads and burdens our quality of life. We are working fervently on all fronts to effectively move people and goods in our county. Our self-contained zero-emission passenger rail vehicle is expected to be in San Bernardino County within a few short months. As mentioned briefly at your meeting in San Diego, this first of its kind innovation could radically change passenger transport via rail. CalSTA has already purchased additional vehicles to insert into service across our great state. Metrolink is looking at how to quickly run the vehicle all the way from San Bernardino to LA Union Station and hopefully beyond. It is my dream that within a few short years, you will see this vehicle operating throughout the 540 plus miles that Metrolink operates throughout Southern California. The emission savings are tremendous in comparison to even Tier 4 locomotives. We expect that soon, Brightline West, and I know you've read the news within the last 24 hours, will break ground to construct electrified high-speed rail between Las Vegas and Rancho Cucamonga, following a plan that we have worked with them just for the last few short years. Really, really exciting news. As Ontario International Airport continues to forge ahead as one of the fastest growing airports in the nation, both in terms of passenger loading and freight, we are looking to innovative strategies to solve expected traffic congestion to and from that asset, leveraging the existing Metrolink system and the new transit hub that is Cucamonga Station today. The simple, efficient station located there now will become a modern, bustling, multimodal transit hub for local and rapid bus transit service, interstate Brightline West trains, and modernized Metrolink service. Never before has the Inland Empire shown such promise investing in multimodal solutions. Yet we will all fail if we do not address the impacts that global logistics has had and will continue to impose on our communities. While we build the backbone for a truly multimodal community of the future, we do not yet have the density to support the massive investment in high-frequency transit that would be necessary to offset the influx of trucks on our highways and main streets. Those same trucks that feed the insatiable demand for goods, not only here in Southern California, but across our great nation. Our communities need jobs, but cannot sustain the adverse impacts without support of the state and the nation throughout which these goods are distributed. We are making the right decisions in San Bernardino County. We are laying the groundwork for a better tomorrow, but we need your help to succeed. You have been great partners in the past, and we cherish that relationship well into the future. We understand the frailties posed by past decisions and are doing our utmost to create a better tomorrow within the confines of the possible. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Wolf. We will now move to tabs 3 and 4, minutes and commissioner meetings for compensation.
Madam Chair, we had one comment for that item.
Okay,
Vince Mamano? Thank you, sir. Any other public comment?
thank you.
Thank you. Tabs 3 and 4, we'll vote on them together. Tab 3 is the commissioner meeting for compensation. Approval of the minutes for the October 18th, 19th, 2023 meeting. Tab 4 is the commissioners meeting for compensation. Staff recommends your approval.
Thank you, Douglas. Do you have any comments or questions?
I move approval.
Second, Bradshaw. All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. We will now move to item 5, Executive Director Report.
Thank you. Forgive me, everyone. My report is quite lengthy today. Good afternoon, everyone. I'd like to thank Ann Mayer and Ray Wolf for welcoming us to Riverside today. We always enjoy our visits here to see firsthand the unique challenges and innovations your agencies are focused on in the Inland Empire. Congratulations on the Federal Railroad Administration funding for Brightline, and we look forward to seeing that come to fruition. Commissioners, I'd like to begin my report today by addressing a request for more information raised by commissioners at our October meeting in Madera. At the last commission meeting, Commissioner Liu, you asked for additional information on 2 projects on Interstate 80 in Yolo County. Before I dive into the specifics, there are a couple of things I want to say up front. One, there's an ongoing investigation underway by the Independent Office of Audits and Investigations, also known as the Inspector General. We will respect the conclusions of that investigation and act accordingly as needed. Second, Caltrans is currently undergoing the NEPA and CEQA process for the 80 Managed Lanes project. As a result, our review and conclusions do not cover any future actions. Third, I'd like to cover a few next steps in this process before diving in. First, Commission staff will begin our SHOP guidelines update in the first quarter of 2024. Second, Caltrans will complete the NEPA and CEQA processes for the Yolo 80 Managed Lanes project, including responding to comments received on the draft environmental document currently undergoing public review. Third, consistent with the California Code of Regulations, the Commission, as a responsible agency, will consider the information in the final environmental document prior to allocating funding to future phases of the project. Now to the matter at hand. Our team has identified 2 primary questions in this matter. The first question: has Caltrans violated state law by illegally expending State Highway Operation and Protection Program funding to widen the roadway as part of the Yolo 80 rehab project? The answer: no. Caltrans has not violated the law. Based on the review of the Yolo 80 construction staging, the proposed shoulder widening will be used to shift traffic lanes during construction to maintain the same number of lanes. Widening the shoulder does not permanently add a new traffic lane or increase through capacity to the state highway system, because vehicles will not be permitted to travel on the shoulder after construction is complete. The shoulder will be a shoulder and enforced as such. As a reminder, California Vehicle Code prohibits driving on the shoulder. Moving to the second question: did Caltrans illegally bypass the requirements of the National Environmental Policy Act and the California Environmental Quality Act by delivering the 2 projects, the Yolo 80 rehab and the Yolo 80 managed lanes project, separately? The answer: no. There are 4 primary questions used to determine the answer to this question. The first, does the project have substantial length and project limits that reflect logical terminal points or termini, such as major crossroads, population centers, etc.? The answer, yes. The project limits for each project are of substantial length and reflect logical terminal points. For the YOLO 80 rehab project, the project limits are in and near West Sacramento from 1.4 miles east of Mace Boulevard to Sacramento River Bridge, also on Route 50 from Route 80 to Jefferson Boulevard overcrossing. For the YOLO 80 Managed Lanes project, the project limits are along I-80 and US Route 50 from Kidwell Road near the eastern Solano County border through Yolo County to West El Camino Avenue near the I-80, I-5 interchange and to the US 50 I-5 interchange in Sacramento County. To the second question, does the project have independent utility? In its simplest form, this question asks whether each project would have taken place in the other's absence. Can they stand alone? Yes, both projects have independent utility. The YOLO 80 rehab project will be operational in the absence of the YOLO 80 Managed Lanes project. It is currently under construction. In addition, the YOLO 80 rehab project finished the environmental review process prior to the infra award for the proposed Managed Lanes project in June 2021. The third question, does the project length limit the consideration of future project alternatives? No. The scope of the YOLO 80 rehab project does not limit the future consideration of alternatives for the YOLO 80 Managed Lanes project. The YOLO 80 Managed Lanes project is currently undergoing the National Environmental Policy Act and California Environmental Quality Act environmental review processes. The draft environmental document for the YOLO 80 Managed Lanes project identifies 12 project alternatives in addition to the no-bid alternative for consideration. And lastly, does the project under consideration fulfill important state and local needs? Yes, the YOLO 80 rehab project restores the pavement to a state of good repair. The proposed YOLO 80 Managed Lanes project seeks to address recurring congestion during the AM and PM peak periods, exceeding current design capacity, limiting person throughput, operational inefficiencies that lead to the formation of bottlenecks due to short weaving and merging areas, as well as lane drops. The inefficient movement of goods and services, which impedes regional and interstate economic sustainability, limited multimodal options such as transit, carpool, bicycle, and pedestrian facilities, resulting in unreliable travel times, and the lack of real-time traveler information and coordinated traffic communication systems, which impede timely response to roadway incidents, resulting in secondary collisions and increasing non-recurring congestion. Lastly, some of you may wonder if the shoulder can be striped as a lane later. No, not without further complying with the law, mainly NEPA and CEQA. And as a practical matter, additional capital work would be required to convert the shoulder to a lane that meets federal and state standards. As we move forward, Commission staff will continue to provide oversight and accountability as we continue to ensure our recommendations for Commission action are consistent with state and federal law, as well as our own guidelines. I look forward to a robust dialogue during the SHOP Guidelines update. I'll now move on to the remainder of my report. Many of us were here in Riverside last month for our joint meeting with the California Air Resources Board and the Department of Housing and Community Development. At the meeting, we heard an update on how regional planning can help advance our state's goals on housing, transportation, climate, and air quality. I'm pleased to see the continued results of the coordination between all 3 agencies. I was also pleased for our agency partners to have the opportunity to see CalSTA's second annual progress report on the implementation of the Climate Action Plan for Transportation Infrastructure. As CalSTA's analysis shows, the updates to our programs, especially the SB1 competitive programs, are helping align transportation funding with our state goals to an increasingly greater degree. To that point, California was recently recognized by the National Natural Resources Defense Council as the state doing the most to improve equity and climate outcomes in the transportation sector by a considerable margin. I'm proud to see our state's progress recognized by our state agency partners and nonprofit stakeholders, and I'm excited to see the progress continue at an even greater pace as we get more cycles of our post-CAPTI funding programs under our belt. Coordination was also a theme in a local government roundtable held by the Governor's Office of Planning and Research, where I participated along with the California Air Resources Board, the Public Utilities Commission, the Energy Commission, California Housing and Community Development Department, and Caltrans. We had a great discussion with the heads of many local governments about how the state can help empower local governments to make progress toward meeting state goals and requirements. Also, last month, the Interagency Equity Advisory Committee met and elected William Walker and Martha Armas Kelly as vice chair. I think I saw Martha, congratulations. Congratulations, Martha. The committee will be meeting on Friday here in this room, and I hope many of you will be able to join us at that time. I'd also like to commend Caltrans and its partners for the response to the I-10 fire. I know the department will walk through the details of what happened, but I want to recognize and commend the tremendous efforts taken to respond to the emergency and have this critical corridor reopened to the public weeks ahead of schedule. I'll also note that the boom in transit riders during those first few days illustrates the need for continued investment in multimodal mobility solutions and the importance of developing a transportation system that provides those options to travelers even when there's not an emergency. Commissioners, I'd like to give a few brief program updates. The Active Transportation Program team has begun holding workshops for the 2025 program. They have held 8 workshops so far, including one yesterday focused on Project Study Report Equivalency. The Active Transportation Program team will be traveling to 17 counties from now through next March 2024 to hold in-person branch workshops and site visits. So far, the team has held 2 branch workshops in Tulare and Sonoma counties. Some of the themes beginning to emerge include bicycle and pedestrian safety needs along rural state routes, maintenance needs in unincorporated areas, challenges with existing railroads, and the importance of active transportation networks to support unhoused people who may have no other transportation options. The Active Transportation team is offering virtual site visits through mid-March, and I hope all interested applicants will take advantage of the collective knowledge of our staff to help strengthen their applications for Cycle 7. Commissioners, today staff will be presenting the first cycle of projects for your approval in the Local Transportation Climate Adaptation Program. The $300 million in new funding will go to projects that will make our communities safer from climate threats, help avoid costly repairs in the future, and preserve and expand mobility options for all Californians. Creating a funding program from scratch is not easy, and I'd like to congratulate Rebecca Light, Lori Waters, and Teresa Favila for their hard work getting us to this point. Also on today's agenda, staff will present the draft interim Senate Bill 1121 Transportation System Needs Assessment. The draft interim assessment lays the groundwork for the full needs assessment that is due in January 2025. We need input from all our local and regional partners to ensure this exercise will provide a thorough analysis for the legislature to consider when it comes to addressing our transportation system needs and our limited transportation funding resources. Comments on the draft interim assessment are due on Friday, and the final interim assessment will be brought to the Commission for your approval in January. I'd like to recognize Francis Diaz-Sanchez and Laura Pennebaker for leading this effort. Today, we will also present the final Senate Bill 671 Clean Freight Corridor Efficiency Assessment for your approval. The final assessment, you can't tell we're excited. The final assessment is the culmination of more than 2 years of collaboration, outreach, and analysis by our team, and the final product sets out a clear vision for the future of zero-emission freight in California. Congratulations to Hannah Walter, Kayla Giese, and Matthew Yazgot for this accomplishment.
Okay, wait. Let's do this. Okay, sorry. Go ahead.
Almost done, only 2 more pages. Getting close, getting close. I told you it was lengthy today. We've been busy and our team's been amazing getting everything done, so I really appreciate them. Back to the 671 assessment, though. The assessment includes key freight corridors for zero-emission goods movement, as well as key barriers and potential solutions for the deployment of zero-emissions freight. Those potential solutions are included in the Commission's 2023 annual report as recommendations for consideration by the legislature. The annual report will also be presented today for your approval. The report includes those legislative recommendations and a discussion of our key accomplishments this past year, including nearly $12 billion allocated to projects, more than $2 billion awarded to new projects, and the completion of legislative reports I mentioned, along with the SB 339 road charge pilot design recommendations. It's been a very, very busy year for our team, and I'm very proud of the work that they've done. I encourage you all to take a look at the reports and celebrate all we have achieved together. Commissioners, I'd like to make a few brief staffing announcements. First, I'd like to welcome Destiny Preston to the commission team. Destiny comes to us from Caltrans, where she has worked in the Office of Air Quality and Climate Change and as a regional transportation planner in District 1. She also was a coastal planner with the California Coastal Commission. She will be bringing this considerable experience to the commission's planning team, where she supports our work around equity, planning, and sustainability. Next, our own Anya Allenbacher recently assumed a new role with the programming team overseeing the Transit and Intercity Rail Capital Program. Anya has been with the commission since 2018, most recently with the Local Partnership Program. Elika Changizi has been promoted to the role of Staff Services Manager within the Active Transportation Program. Elika, I hear claps. I'll take a moment, go ahead and clap. We can celebrate our team. We can celebrate our team. Elika joined the commission as a student assistant in 2018 and is taking on increasingly challenging responsibilities over her time with the Active Transportation Program. We're excited for her to take on this new role. Justin Behrens is our new Deputy Director for Legislation and Finance. Succeeding Paul Golozewski. Justin joined the commission in 2021 and has been acting Deputy Director since April. And finally, sadly, Hannah Walter will be departing the commission for a new role as
Say it isn't
Deputy
so.
Division Chief of the Caltrans Division of Transportation Planning. So while I am terribly, terribly sad that Hannah will be leaving us, I am beyond proud of her and the work that she has done for the commission.
Yes.
She is here. She's shrinking. Hannah is shy.
Hannah.
Hannah has done tremendous work since joining the commission in 2019 as Trade Corridor Enhancement Program Manager and overseeing the Road Charge Technical Advisory Committee.
So I just have to say, Mike, you owe us 5 employees for one of Hannah.
Yes,
Come back this way.
it is not often we are the farm team.
Yeah.
Hannah will be missed, but we are excited for her to take on a new challenge and for her future appearances at commission meetings representing the department. We will see Hannah soon. Looking ahead, the next commission meeting will take place on Thursday, January 25th, and Friday, the 26th in Modesto. Before the end of the year, commission staff will also hold the virtual kickoff workshop for the 2024 Senate Bill 1 Programs Guidelines on December 14th. I encourage you all to participate. We've accomplished a lot in 2023, and we have lots to look forward in 2024. Commissioners, after about 45 minutes of me talking, that concludes my report for today. Thank you.
Thank you, Tanisha. So before we go to commissioners, I'm going to take public comment. The first up is Kiana Valentine.
Good afternoon, Commissioners, Secretary Omashakin, Mr. Kiever, Kiana Valentine, Executive Director of Transportation California. I'm going to take Tanisha's remarks, Executive Director Taylor's remarks, as an opportunity to make a few comments about the YOLO I-80 project and just the ongoing controversy around transportation climate change related goals, and share some perspectives on behalf of the statewide transportation construction industry. First of all, I'm gratified with Ms. Taylor's remarks that no wrongdoing was done, and that CEQA and NEPA will be fully complied with in the coming months. Obviously, the construction industry fully supports maximum compliance with all of our environmental laws and review processes, and of course, lawful implementation of our transportation funding programs. So that was good news, and of course, we look forward to hearing more from the auditor as they conduct their investigation. But beyond that, I wanted to use this opportunity to express support for the state's current practice and continued use of sequencing and phasing projects to maximize taxpayer dollars, as was done with the YOLO I-80 project. It's been done elsewhere across the state as well. And this practice results in significant cost savings. And those cost savings get turned into additional transportation projects that benefit the state of California and the constituents you collectively represent on this commission. It has many other benefits too, putting our construction workers in harm's way fewer times, right? Not doing the same project twice. And of course has environmental benefits, fewer materials, fewer hours of running equipment, all of those things associated with construction projects. So we support the continued use of phasing, sequencing, and maximizing multiple sources of funding to deliver projects. The other thing that I wanted to comment on was that the YOLO I-80 project and other projects that are similar in nature have gone through a full CAPTI and CSIS vetting, which is additional environmental review on top of the NEPA CEQA process. They are being subjected to SB 743 CEQA analysis for VMT generation and requirements to mitigate to the greatest extent feasible VMT generated. And want to take this opportunity to congratulate the state, I think, on the draft CAPTI annual report for 2023, which found the state, in doing all of what we have been doing in the past few years, is making significant progress towards our climate goals from the transportation sector. And so this is no secret to many of you, and I was joking with Secretary Omashakin a few weeks ago that I was a skeptic of CAPTI, a concerned citizen, if you will, about what it meant for our traditional transportation programs. And what we're seeing is jobs quality maintained, jobs creation maintained, fewer VMT created per dollar invested, fewer GHGs, and an active transportation program that's flexible and allows regions and Caltrans to design projects to fit individual community needs. So thank you for your remarks, Ms. Taylor. It gave me this opportunity to say some of the things that have been on my mind the past few months as we've been sort of wading into some controversial topics. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have John Switowski. Right there.
Thank you. Good afternoon. It's a pleasure to be in front of you. John Switowski, Executive Director, Rebuild SoCal Partnership. My organization represents 90,000 unionized construction workers throughout Southern California and over 2,700 signatory contractors. And it's really a pleasure to testify in front of you for the first time today. Executive Director Taylor, I want to offer my appreciation. That was a diligent response, and it can't be easy to defend allegations and we should respect our public servants and key decision makers in the jobs that they do, because commissioners, your jobs are difficult. It's not easy, and Mr. Secretary, yours as well. It's not easy to balance multiple policy needs and priorities in the realm of transportation. We often hear about climate changes and the challenges and the responses that we need to take, but that also often takes front and center. But you all know better than I do that you have multiple policy aims. We need to ensure that our policies reflect the needs of our economy to move goods and services. Transportation is the foundation of our economy. And so to deliver safe and efficient multimodal transportation, California must use every single infrastructure dollar as efficiently as possible, despite SB 1, despite the State General Fund, despite IIJA. Our infrastructure needs exceed available revenues. I'll say it again. Our needs exceed available revenues. So sequencing projects is important. We also need to respect the taxpayer dollar. That's very important. That's a very important responsibility, that we maintain the faith of the public who is paying very high gas prices, very high taxes, and we need to maintain that faith so they know that they're being benefited by that. So I want to go a little further on the sequencing. Sequencing projects results in fewer public disruptions, which I think is important, critically important. Stopping sequencing or phasing would result in unnecessary waste. It wastes taxpayer dollars. So I appreciate the work that you all do to maintain that policy and that practice. Finally, and this is a little self-serving, it's one of the things that I work on every day, is raising up the voices of the workforce that builds and maintains our transportation system. It's about people who use it, and that's usually what makes the news. But what often goes unrecognized is the people who risk their safety, and unfortunately, even sometimes their lives, to build that backbone that we all benefit from. We should keep that in mind when we're making policy. Executive Director, I appreciate your due diligence, and Secretary, and all you commissioners in realizing the workers are our backbone, and we appreciate your respect for those folks. Thank you for the time.
Thank you. Next, we have Manny Leon, California Alliance for Jobs.
Commissioners,
Hey there.
Manny Leon, California Alliance for Jobs. Two items in the Executive Director's report. One is I want to congratulate Justin again on his new position. Fun fact is that we used to be office mates in the Assembly Transportation Committee for a short period of time. So congratulations. And thank you for your time today. We want to echo the comments of Transportation California and what they had to say, and add a little bit more. Want to express our appreciation for the timely updates and support the Commission and Caltrans in efforts to move forward with administering all of the state's transportation funding programs in the most cost-effective manner. We're happy to hear that projects are being constructed under existing statutory framework with both cost savings and efficiencies in mind. This in turn will provide multimodal improvements to our transportation corridors and allow California residents to travel to and from work, school, and home with multiple options with greater ease. At the end of the day, we're all accountable to the taxpayers. Over the last year and a half, there's little doubt that Californians have experienced significant cost pressures associated with inflationary spikes, record gas and energy prices, and an economic slowdown. Now, more than ever, it's prudent for the state to maximize every taxpayer dollar. To ensure that all transportation projects are timely delivered, to demonstrate that our government is being held accountable and that the state is moving quickly on projects that will ultimately assist in meeting its climate goals. The construction industry stands here today, ready to work hand in hand with the Commission and Caltrans on continuing to deliver cost-effective projects that improve the quality of life for Californians and also help the state reach its climate goals. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next, we have Ted Smalley.
Commissioners and Tokes and our Deputy Director. I want to first thank our great director, Tanisha, for the comments. And I don't want to repeat all the things that were said, but we definitely want to support this effort to really look at how we save money on these critical projects. Just the last meeting, just a reminder, you all approved a 99 project and we had a short discussion on that. But I will just tell you in that, there was no skirting of environmental. It actually had a part that included 743 mitigation. In fact, I'll just tell you, we've already met on the van pools that will be going on to mitigate. Okay. So looking at doing this with these projects and combining them doesn't mean environmental rules are not done. And I appreciate you addressing that head on. This is the right thing to do. This saves money. And I applaud District 6 or District, because when we brought this to them, why are you going to rehab 99 and not look at making those permanent? simple question. They were willing to look at it. And it took effort because we brought all different funding to take care of that. And it mainly has to do with the base, a temporary base versus a permanent base. And so thanks and kudos to our district. And the one thing I want to leave with you on this is Caltrans, our district, estimates we saved over $60 million. That's a real number on a real project. My staff think their numbers are too low. So I'll let you figure out whose number is better, but the lowest number is 60 million. I also want to tell you, I'm here speaking also on behalf of Madera and Merced. As you know, we're looking to finish different segments of 99. And one of the things we hope as you move forward with the SHOP guidelines, that not only is this talked about, but it is encouraged. Imagine with the 5 segments left, we did this, and you multiply that times 60 million, that's $300 million in savings simply by looking at how you strategically deliver projects. And boy, can we use that kind of savings. And I would say that is in the spirit of SB1. We were all challenged, even though Caltrans technically had the challenge of 100 million a year. I think that meant all of us needed to work together to do it. And we're doing it. And I would just say our district in partnership with us has. And in the future, if you have any questions about what we're doing on that project that you just approved, I'd be happy to have you come down. I'd be happy to share with you the mitigation that we're truly moving forward to implement. We're doing our job, we're doing it right, and we're saving the taxpayers' money. So Tanisha, thank you so much for speaking up and talking about this quality way to deliver, and it's the right thing to do. So thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any other public comment?
Thank you, Chair Yeager. Yes, we do have some virtual attendees with their hand raised for this item. I would like to call on Autumn Bernstein.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and members of the Commission. My name is Autumn Bernstein. I'm the Executive Director of the Yolo County Transportation District. I want to thank Director Taylor and her staff for looking into the concerns that were raised regarding the I-80 rehab project in Yolo County. While our agency was not involved in that project, it is in our jurisdiction, so of course we're quite concerned. And so we appreciate CTC staff for looking into this matter and sharing their findings while we await the Inspector General's report. We are working closely with Caltrans on the YOLO 80 Managed Lanes project, including soliciting public input and community engagement on the draft EIR and EIS. We put out a survey to solicit feedback on the proposed project just 2 weeks ago, and so far we've received more than 1,300 responses. We also had great turnout at a recent workshop in West Sacramento, and another workshop is coming up next week in Davis. So we look forward to continuing to share our progress with you at future meetings of the Commission. Going forward, I'm very supportive of an effort to revisit the guidelines for the SHOP program to assure it appropriately balances California's climate goals with our other goals around safety, mobility, prosperity, and transportation justice. You all have the unenviable position of determining how best to balance those competing mandates when it comes to discretionary transportation funding. And it's important to ensure those conversations are ongoing, given the rapid changes in our policy and regulatory environment. And we look forward to working with you in that effort. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Do we have any other public comment?
Yes, thank you, Chair Yeager. We did receive one written comment. This comes from Russell Snyder. They write, the California Asphalt Pavement Association supports the comments of Transportation California, the Southern California Partnership for Jobs, and the California Alliance for Jobs as it relates to the efficient delivery of transportation improvement projects for efficiency, safety, and a careful, prudent environmental review, which in the case of the YOLO I-80 projects were done following all laws and guidance. Thank you. And that concludes all public comment received for this item. Thank you.
Great. Thank you. Do we have any commissioners who have comments or questions? Yes, Commissioner Grigsby.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and good afternoon to everyone. I'm so happy to be here at Riverside, and for me, it takes on additional meaning because I was born and raised here. My mom moved here in 1970 from South Central Los Angeles and found a safe, racially diverse community that gave us opportunities for upward mobility. Riverside is a working class, pragmatic community, and is a place that keeps me grounded. I got involved with transportation policy actually because of what I experienced living here. The concept of mobility choice stands out for me. Dependence on any one mode of travel for each and every trip is not a good thing. For example, the pressure to spend money on even temporary improvements to traffic flow is quite intense, and the average person does not understand the concept of induced demand. So billions can be spent on extra lanes that offer temporary benefit, leaving taxpayers to ask the question, why are my roads still congested? This is a challenging position to be in for any policymaker. The pressure for these highway improvements is unrelenting and has a crowding out effect. It's challenging us to bring other options to scale, but with limited resources. It's challenging to talk about tolling the roads. However, we know that these may be the only durable solutions that can address the congestion of our residents over the long term. The Inland Empire remains open for business and provides access to opportunity at a price point that is accessible to more people than the coast. I know that this pragmatic region will develop at least a few areas that can show the rest of the state how to provide mobility choice, access to opportunity and upward mobility, and a high quality of living at an affordable price point. That's what we can do, and we've been doing it. We just need to do it better. Finally, I would like to say a few words about our colleague, former Commissioner Michelle Martinez. I already miss her, and I'm sure other commissioners do as well. And it's just been a few short weeks since her departure. Her focus on the people, her ability to take lived experience and use it to connect with other people, and her ability to understand what truly matters in a policy conversation made her an excellent public servant and someone I was proud to serve with. So with that, I'll turn back my time. Thank you.
Yes, Commissioner Liu.
I pressed my mic on button. It is actually on.
It's on.
It's just not lit up over here. Now it is. Okay. Thank you. And Executive Director Taylor, thank you for looking into my question about those allegations about the Yolo County freeway projects. I really do appreciate how seriously you took that, how you've investigated it, and how you came back with a very thorough analysis. That's really important. And I just want to say, actually, I was going to say a little different comments, but now that Caltrans has taken Hannah from us, maybe I'll change them. But, you know, look, we have a responsibility as an independent agency to take a look at what Caltrans brings us. Of course, now that Hannah's leaving, we might take a much harder look at what Caltrans brings us, Mike. You take that back to Tony for me. But we have independent responsibility, and we're an independent oversight organization in that way. And while we try to work cooperatively as much as we can with Caltrans, because we have to in order to make all of this work, we also have to take our independent oversight responsibility seriously, and it's an important one. So when you bring, I'm looking at Tim, when you bring us things, and Tim spends his whole life going over those things and trying to figure out whether they're legitimate or not. But when you bring us these things, we have to take a look at them. And so when these allegations were made, it was important for us to do that. And I think that this is a demonstration of how the process can and should work and why this commission exists. So Tanisha, thank you for doing that, and thank you for bringing your findings back to us. And I really do appreciate that you did that.
Thank you. Vice Chair Gardino?
Thank you, Chair Eager. And I, too, want to thank our Executive Director, Tanisha Taylor. I just reflect on how fortunate this commission is, our stakeholders are, and our state as a whole is under her leadership. Your thorough work every day with such a talented and professional team brings us the information we need to best serve a state of more than 39 million people. That was only reflected and underscored with the thorough analysis you've done to bring us the information you did today on YOLO I-80. And as we'll await the auditor's report, as we should, what you were able to provide us in a fact-based way is just incredibly helpful and enlightening to us. So thank you for that. I also, whenever we're in Riverside, I'm just thrilled that Commissioner Grisby, who is also from this area, shared those remarks. I also think of our dear friend, and for many of us, a dear, dear mentor, Joe Tavallone, who serves so faithfully on this commission for nearly 2 decades. And regrettably, Joe is not able to be with us today, but his presence is felt every time we are in Riverside County and deeply appreciated. We were hoping to celebrate Papa Joe Tavallone today. As you all know, on Bastille Day, he turned his first 100 years on July 14th. And so we will celebrate that much sooner than his second 100 years when he is next with us. But let's just remember how fortunate our state is to have commissioners of the caliber, the passion and professionalism of Joe Tavallone.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Commissioner Cruz.
Turn my mic on here. Good afternoon. Thanks, Madam Chair. I want to also recognize Commissioner Grigsby's comments. That's a wonderful story and a testament to your success and how you've elevated as a youth out of Riverside County. And I always appreciate hearing about those type of stories. So thank you for sharing. I also want to thank Executive Director Taylor in her comments and the due diligence by staff to really dig in to the I-80 issue and bring forth obviously some evidence that showed that the Caltrans was within their rights and did everything right when it comes to CEQA. I also want to especially thank the folks in our Caltrans district directors, especially District 3, Amarjeet and his staff, on continuing to check those boxes to make our projects in California as environmentally friendly as possible. I think we all have that common goal, is to continue to build on our success as a state in building a transportation network that moves people and goods both on our roads and highways and on our transit systems, but also accomplish is the goal of being environmentally sustainable. We all share that. I know we all share that. And I thank you, for your work. And I thank everybody at Caltrans for their work as well.
Thank you, Commissioner Cruz. Any other comments? Yes, Commissioner Bradshaw.
Yes. Good afternoon, everybody. I'm gonna piggyback, as I often do, Brother Cruz. Darnell, always a pleasure to hear your story, and I love a lot of our conversations over coffee, getting ready for these meetings, just getting to know each other better, and that speaks to all the commissioners. I really truly believe that the state of California is very fortunate with this diverse and frankly hardworking and creative group. Doesn't mean we all agree, but I think that's the beautiful thing about our state and the process, and it's an honor to be here. I also wanted to recognize former Commissioner Martinez. When I first got put on the commission, she was one of the commissioners that came to me and immediately made me feel comfortable and helped me walk through an alphabet soup like I still haven't quite figured out. And, but really had a way properly, meeting one, maybe two at a time, to really build bridges and to look beyond just what was in front of us on projects in the state and under transportation, but how it affected the overall community, particularly underserved communities, which is near and dear to my heart, particularly for what I do in the day job. But also just looking beyond that, how do we build bridges, no pun intended, and really look at housing solutions, economic justice, environmental justice, and also a balanced view on when we make these hard, sometimes difficult decisions, how do we balance it for all the citizens of California? But she always had a real great way of pulling people together. But also what I always really appreciated was did not lead from any kind of fear, but was fearless in a good manner, in a smart way. And I found it inspirational. So I'm certainly going to miss her, but I wish her nothing but the best in her new ventures. But I wanted to recognize that because in the first 4 or 5 months I was here, she was crucial, like a number of you were. I won't put you on the spot because hopefully you're not getting stolen by Caltrans. But anyway, so sorry about that. But Hannah, you've been a fantastic mentor as well. I'm going to pull you out a little bit because I know you're not shy. But anyway, just a couple of general points. Again, Executive Director Taylor, fantastic report, multifaceted, showed a lot of not only in-depth, really looking into it and where we're at, bring us up to where we're at today and where we're going, but also reflects a very smart and hardworking staff. But again, coordination amongst many departments in the state, and I appreciate it. I will echo some of the public comments about, how we deliver these projects efficiently, make sure they're done right and balanced. But again, looking at who's actually building the projects is a high priority always and affects us all. So, and 99 will come up more as we move forward the next day and a half, but I also appreciate the comments about 99. I'll save some of those for later, but that's a corridor in particular that's very, needs a lot of work, and there'll be reports later on where we're at on disrepair of our infrastructure, particularly streets. And, we have a lot of work to do there. So good progress. It looks like CAPTI is having a good effect, which is great. Greenhouse gas is down, taking VMT into consideration. But again, multifaceted approach, and I think we're making good progress. So just a couple comments to share. Thank you, everybody. Good to be here.
Thank you, Commissioner Bradshaw. Commissioner Falcone?
Thank you, Madam Chair. First of all, thank you so much, Executive Director Taylor, for such a thorough report. I think the questions merited, and you honored the questions that were posed. It was difficult. I understand that, but as stewards of this system and this body, it's healthy to ask questions. To Commissioner Liu's point. But you showed lots of great leadership in this exercise. But as you know, in leadership, you're only as good as the people around you, and your team is exceptional. And I want to congratulate the members of your staff that have advanced. Really, I say this a lot because I've been in government for such a long time, believe it or not. And CTC staff is really second to none. I am really impressed with the work that you all do. Do we always agree? Probably not, but it's okay because you guys work really, really hard and super smart. I remember 2 years ago this week when I was sharing about the challenges of the border as it particularly relates to air emissions and the regulations that we were anticipating coming from CARB, and Hannah Walter approached me and we had a talk about it, and no sooner after that conversation, she was all over the place in Otay Mesa and really learning and understanding the challenges there. And I've been continually impressed with the work that Hannah and Kayla has done as it relates to SB 671. I personally want to thank you, and Caltrans is hugely lucky that they will be taking away from us, but it's okay. I'm a very forgiving person. But you'll continue to serve the state, so we appreciate all the work that you've done. I am personally, very touched by our interactions and learning from each other. So thank you, Hannah. I always have abandonment issues, and I feel like I'm being abandoned lately because I'm, we talked about Commissioner Martinez, and as many of you know, her and I are very, very good friends, and she was one of my first friends on the commission, and she really helped teach me personally about remembering how important local government is, the community is in this broader conversation of transportation, looking at vision for how we move modally in the state, but at the same time really understood the importance of process and being, and working and making decisions within the confines of the law. And so she was hard driving, but she was also tempered by, okay, we also need to do things the right way. And I really appreciate her, and I thank my brother commissioners for honoring her and bringing her absence, because it is going to be felt. Back to abandonment really quick. We're losing in San Diego region some very, very huge powerhouses in leadership with the departure of Executive Director Hassan Ikrada with Sandag, who challenged our region in many ways, probably made folks feel uncomfortable, but really moved the needle in the possibilities that can occur in our region. And I will forever be grateful for him for being a mentor to me as I was entering this commission. Also, we're losing again Gustavo Dayarta with District 11. He has moved mountains in his tenure as district director, and it's going to be hugely felt that he will be retiring. I want to thank him for making us look good in San Diego. And then, of course, we're losing Vince Mamano, and he's already looking like he's retired because he's got the beard going on already. But, I want to thank him too for just bringing, his humor, but also his leadership and presence at these commission hearings. So, all to say, everyone, good job. Thank you again, Tanisha, for such a great, report, and it makes me feel comfortable as a commissioner that you've addressed some really tough questions over and over again, and we're only as good again as the team around us, and you make us look good all the time. So thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Yes, Commissioner Lugo.
Thank you, Chair Eager. I always feel like I can't miss an opportunity to make some comments when all of my fine colleagues are. So I've been sitting here thinking about following Commissioner Grisby's lead and reflecting on family connections to this region. And on both sides of my mom's family, so my white settler ancestors in Southern California landed in Riverside and San Bernardino. So there were Myers who had a grape ranch in the Verdemont area in the foothills over near San Bernardino. That's where my grandmother was born. And my Norwegian great-grandfather actually owned the land under Lake Matthews at one point and was a land speculator in Riverside. And my great-grandfather, the one who was the grape rancher, who was the descendant of German immigrants, actually died in a drunk driving crash in his truck on the eve of the Great Depression, and left my great-grandmother with 2 small children, and they went through some hard times. He was the driver in that crash, sadly, but big loss to his family regardless of who was at fault. And I remember a few years ago I was helping my mom go through some family boxes at her sister's house, and I found an essay that my grandmother had written in high school when she was living in Riverside that was themed around cars my family has owned. That was the prompt from the teacher. And one of the cars her family had owned was the truck that her father had died in. And so she wrote about that, and the teacher gave her a C. Which goes to show how different the understanding of the whole self was in the classroom back in this would have been the 1930s that she was in high school. But I was thinking about that because I attended a vigil in Los Angeles, where I live, on November 19th to memorialize 3 people who had been killed recently on the same stretch of Venice Boulevard. 2 of these deaths occurred on the same day in November. One of the people who'd been killed was a grandmother of a student at a nearby school, and it was the principal of that school who organized the vigil, because actually they had to cancel school one day because a crash victim's body was in the street outside of their school. And something that I feel is conspicuously missing from our conversation about why there's a need to create multimodal opportunities for people and how we need to consider whether our dream pathways of the past are really the ones that we need to have a sustainable future, especially for our communities who've been shut out in the past, is the basic safety problem. Cars continue to be something that kills people. Trucks continue to be something that kills people. And as long as we treat alternatives to driving like a sort of, sprinkle on top of the cupcake or something that could be added on, as a nod to climate, we are leaving out the reality that, it is our grandparents, it is our children who are getting killed on our streets on a daily basis. And it's up to us to really use our leadership to imagine a different mobility system where people are going to be taken care of instead of the one we have right now, where people run red lights, are under time pressure, are displaying whatever kind of cultural values for speed as they're driving. And I worry that out here in the Inland Empire, there is not enough imagination happening in terms of what it looks like for these families that are coming out here for an affordable pathway to homeownership. What does it look like for their kids to grow up in a safe neighborhood when there's more and more trucks in the area, when there's more and more pressure for these families to keep their kids in the car to avoid the unsafeties of their local roads? So just want to really highlight that all of us have been touched by road violence. It's not something that is merely a concern for bicycle and pedestrian advocates, although I am a bicycle and pedestrian advocate. Got a bike tattoo on my leg. But I have seen since my time being on the commission for the last year and a half that for some reason the safety question gets kind of left aside. Not that climate isn't a huge burning topic that we need to be responsive to, but there's this other big reason to be thinking about shifting out of primarily being a car culture. And we need everybody to be part of how we think about that and envision it. We need labor to be part of it. We need our construction firms to be part of it. We need to think big about the ways that we're going to travel more safely for our kids in the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Lugo. For those of you who are looking at your agenda and wondering whether we're on 5 or 6, I believe we have combined the two now with commissioner reports and the executive director report.
I have a separate question on 6.
Okay, well, we'll finish 5 and a half. So first, I just briefly want to thank Commissioner Liu for last meeting bringing up those questions. Because we did need to answer them. And one of the things I think all of you have certainly seen that have come to these meetings is it's so important for this commission to be transparent, for those questions to be asked and answered in a timely manner. And so for Commissioner Liu to ask them and Executive Director Taylor, after that meeting, she and I and Vice Chair Gardino had many conversations about what should that look like, because the staff is really doing those in-depth analysis of answering those questions. And it was certainly agreed that, bringing those forward as soon as possible to tell you all what the answers that analysis brought us to was extremely important, so that you all understand we take this very seriously. We understand the importance of spending that money, the taxpayer dollars, making sure that the state of California is doing it by the law and by the letter. And so I want to thank both of you for bringing that forward, for answering those questions, and to continue to do that as we move forward. So thank you both. We appreciate that. Now we'll move on to 6.
Can I say one thing before we move on real quick?
You had your time allotment way over.
I did, but
I'm
you
just
know
saying.
what's so important to me? I just want to commend our team and thank you all for the kind words, because we pushed our team hard to answer these hard questions. And I just want to make sure that they don't get lost, because I asked a lot of them and they delivered.
And I think we all know that. Yes, and we certainly appreciate it, and every day we get those answers from them, so we appreciate that. And just really quickly, from this chair's personal point of view. So I just have to say, from a personal standpoint, if you all called or tried to get a hold of me or invited me to ribbon cuttings or meetings in the last 6 weeks and I didn't answer you, I apologize. I got a form of E. coli on October 22nd and was in and out of the hospital and wasn't able to attend some of the things that I had promised. So I just wanted to put that out there that I apologize for not being able to fulfill some of those promises that I made, but I know my colleagues filled in for me, so I appreciate that. My first outing out of my house since October 22nd was last Friday. I was able to go to the 405 improvement project, and what an amazing event that was. And then today to go to the 1599 Express Lane connection project. And that was a wonderful event today. I do want to quickly just say, Anne, you have been a wonderful partner, amazing advocate for this area. I just heard today that you were retiring, but we just want to say thank you for all that you have done for this area. And for those of you who kept hearing that we appreciated Commissioner Martinez, she voluntarily left this commission. I didn't want anybody to think that something nefarious had happened. She has a ability and an opportunity to go to California City. You know, one of the things that we had written to her to congratulate her on her new opportunity was, boy, California City doesn't know the adventure they're in for with Commissioner Martinez. As you all have said, she was an amazing partner. She was an amazing mentor. She was an amazing friend, I think, to all of us. I'm sorry. We'll obviously see her, so I don't even know why I'm crying. But we'll have a party, so we'll make sure we all invite you to thank her for all of her commitment and the things that she had given to this commission. And just quickly, lastly, I would be remiss, Secretary Omashakin, if I didn't do a woot woot to the California High-Speed Rail Authority for their $3 billion from the feds. They just were given $3.1 billion to add to the Central Valley project and to get closer to that completion, so that one of these days in our lifetime, when I'm not in a wheelchair, I'm going to be on that train. I'm just saying. So these milestones, as we pass them, are exciting times for all of us, because we all know getting people out of our cars and into transit and trains and things is something that we believe in the future. And so I have to say a special congratulations to the California High-Speed Rail Authority. So with that, do we have any other additions to, I think I'm still on 6. Yes, Commissioner Liu.
Okay, great. Because when I commented on 5, I was commenting on 5. So now I'll comment on 6, which are commissioner reports. I want to talk about, there's about $4.3 billion that the United States Environmental Protection Agency has for their climate pollution reduction grants program. And I want to make sure we're paying attention to this. So the state and a lot of local government entities, and there's another $300 million for tribal entities, they've been awarded these planning grants to prepare these plans. They're called Priority Climate Action Plans, and they're going to figure out which projects are eligible for this climate reduction funding from EPA. So for the state of California, it's the California Air Resources Board, and locally it is City of Bakersfield, Fresno County COG, LA County Department of Public Works, County Ventura, San Bernardino County Transportation Authority, Sacramento Municipal Air Quality Management District, San Diego Association of Governments, Bay Area AQMD, and the County of Santa Clara. So their plans are due March 1st, but the project proposals are due April 1st. So you got to be in the plan in order to get your project in. So CalSTA and Caltrans are on the task force for the California Air Resources Board, but I'm not so sure who's following the local government development of these plans and the project lists and everything. So I have questions for CalSTA and Caltrans and for the local agencies here today. You don't have to answer me now, but please let me know. What are the transportation-related greenhouse gas reduction measures that you're putting into these plans? Who's making sure that the transportation sector receives its fair share of the funding that's going to go out through these programs? Because it's not just funding transportation, it could be a lot of other things. So we're having to compete with others. Let's make sure that the transportation sector is getting their money. And then, what do we do to make sure that we can the projects that are proposed for the transportation sector are aligned with our climate goals and priorities, which include active transportation, bicycling, tattoos and all, and a whole lot of other things, VMT reduction and public transit operations and maintenance, we'd hope, and infrastructure, micromobility, and perhaps even medium and heavy duty fueling and charging for zero emission vehicles, all of that stuff. So I just want to make sure that through this program where EPA is going to be spending billions of dollars across the country, that California gets its fair share, and that what California does get, transportation sector gets its fair share too. So I wanted to point that out in my report. So thank you.
Thank you. Have any other additions to 6? Yes.
Just
Mr. Cruz.
real quick on
Yes.
6, I also wanted to recognize the work of Commissioner Martinez, and always took a special sort of look at her approach, where we all have priorities, and it's mobility, it's the environment, but like myself, her approach was putting people first, and putting working families first, and I appreciated her as she looked at everything and analyzed different types of projects in her approach, and she made that particularly clear, when she discussed issues that came before this body. And then lastly, I do want to congratulate the California High-Speed Rail Authority and their $3.1 billion grant, and also congratulate them in creating 12,000 jobs in the Central Valley. I mean, those just aren't any jobs. Those are middle-class jobs. Those are changing people's lives, jobs, and families' lives. So I want to commend that authority for its work to date too.
Yes, so Brightline got $3 billion and California Street got $3 billion. Anybody else? Last chance.
May
Vice Chair
I,
Gardino.
if we have time tomorrow morning, may I just save an item 6 for me till tomorrow morning so that we can get, great, thanks.
First Commissioner Norton and then Falcone.
I just wanted to add my praise for Commissioner Martinez. We were so lucky to have her input, not only as someone who was so active in SCAG and being able to take a regional approach as to how we were spending our money and connecting the work we're doing to land use and to people, but her experience as an elected official was so important. I mean, we provide a lot of advice, but elected officials are the ones who are also looking at how to address needs in the community and to look at how our transportation system is going to connect people with their daily lives, to their jobs, to all the things that need to be done, and how those safety aspects and moving to zero emission would make a change in everyone's lives. I think it was really helpful to have Commissioner Martinez constant talk about land use and where we are with land use and transportation. That holistic approach was so important and really speaks to her expertise as someone who has been a leader for a long time. And I think California City is very lucky to have her approach, especially as it's a city that evidently has had 6 city managers in 3 years. And I can tell you that Commissioner Martinez's special brand of leadership, her ability to be one of the most empathetic people and have a positive, hopeful demeanor, even in the space of, a tough community meeting, is going to make her a very, very useful and expert city manager, and I am, and I think she is going to be very, very successful. We are looking forward to seeing her future success in a lot of endeavors, but this one is a particularly good one. I also want to say, in terms of Riverside, that when we are talking about SB 671, it is fitting that we are talking here in Riverside, because if anyone is looking to change how we fuel and operate any kind of vehicle at all levels, you come to Riverside. You see, Riverside has had a long history of looking at addressing zero emission innovations. I want to thank everyone who's been working on hydrogen locomotives, the work that has been discussed as to how to take care of our regions and to look at how we address movement so that we can have safe, clean movement is so, so, so important. And Ann Myers, being at your event today, not only was it moving to see the amount of work that was being done, but I'm still choked up at the fact that one of your speakers was choked up at the Pledge of Allegiance and what it meant to have a whole of government approach to a road network that was really affecting so much of how people just can possibly live their lives, that it's no longer a cul-de-sac at Corona. You could actually move. And so I just want to congratulate you and the holistic approach that you took to make sure that we have a really useful and future forward experience in the 15 and the 91. And it was a pleasure to be there. And we thank you so much for speaking multiple times about our colleague Joe Tavallone, and that anything that happens in Riverside has his fingerprints on it somewhere. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Falcone.
Yeah, quick shift, and I wanted to share this because it's a win for the TSEP program. I attended a couple weeks ago the opening ribbon cutting of the East Calexico Port of Entry widening of their bridge. It's a huge milestone. It's not a hugely, it wasn't a hugely expensive project, but it's something very transformational for this binational region. And so it was one of the early recipients, from my understanding, of TSEP funding for their early phases of the project, and then additional funding was achieved from TSEP for construction. So I just wanted to share that win for the program.
Congratulations. Anybody else? Okay, I think we finally got past 6. Secretary?
Public comments on 6.
Oh, shoot. Do you have any public comment on 6?
Thank you, Chair Eager. We do not have any public comment for this item.
Okay. Thank you. Secretary Omishakin, it's finally your turn.
Was that on purpose? Good afternoon, commissioners, Vice Chair Gardino, Chair Eager. Thank you for all the work that you've done throughout 2023. Thank you for your leadership in transportation for California. Thank you for all your hard work. Really appreciate everything that you've done throughout the year, and Director Taylor and staff as well. I appreciate all the work that you've been doing. Before I get to my remarks here, I want to recognize some of the same people that have been recognized a little bit already, specifically Dr. Wolf and Director Mayer for the welcome to the region. Appreciate that specifically, but also to Director Mayer. Thank you for the note earlier. I guess it was at some point last month, announcing the change that's happening there, and the fact that you were going to be moving on to other endeavors. Really appreciate the partnership when I was at Caltrans, and in this role as well. When I think of this region, I think of, as far as transportation goes, think a lot about the freight pressures that this region faces. But the fact that you all have balanced those freight pressures with a multimodal approach, which sometimes gets overlooked, is something that I really appreciate that you and Dr. Wolf have led on. He mentioned the rail and you've got a key rail project in this region as well. So thank you for that. Commissioner Martinez, thank you for your service as well. It sounds like she's going on to some exciting work back in local government. So I appreciate her service on the commission. Vince Mamano, who calls himself a quitter, thank you for your service for more than 3 decades in federal government. Really appreciate the partnership with the state of California as well. And also mentioned Gustavo Delata, our District 11 director, is also going to be departing. Can't believe Gustavo is leaving, but Commissioner Falcone mentioned your leadership and partnership. So thank you, Gustavo, as well, for everything that you did for Caltrans in your tenure. Really appreciate it. So my report this afternoon is mostly going to focus on a theme that I'm going to start off with, and it's the importance of partnership in everything that we are doing. When I was at Caltrans, this is one of the focus areas, one of the focal points, and it continues to be a key part of why we see any type of success in the work that we're doing. And there is no better evidence of how important partnership is than what recently happened with I-10 in Los Angeles, and that's been mentioned already. The commitment that was shown from so many people within the department at Caltrans and partners across the board was truly remarkable. I know Chief Deputy Keever will cover some of this probably in his report as well in much more detail. But just for some of you who are not aware of some of the things that happened, I-10 is a roadway that sees nearly 300,000 vehicles a day. A 450-foot structure was burned by an arsonist fire, and more than 100 columns were also impacted by this fire. The work to repair this bridge saw more than 150 dump trucks and more than 10,000 labor hours within a span of 8 days to get this roadway back open. So there were a lot of people who worked day and night, 12 and 14-hour shifts to get this roadway back open. In particular, I want to thank the leadership of the department, Director Tavares, Chief Deputy Mike Keever, who was in meetings pretty much all day long from Sacramento to help assist to get the roadway back open. And Gloria Roberts, I saw Gloria earlier this afternoon. She was on call pretty much 24 hours a day. I called at various times. People from the governor's office, his staff were calling pretty regularly. So her team did tremendous work. I see Tom Ostrom. I saw our chief engineer earlier as well. All of them worked really, really hard to get this roadway back open. So yes, yeah. Just a lot of hard work. I also want to point out the importance of contractors, Security Paving and Griffith Construction. They were remarkable in their efforts as well with those lengthy shifts that they were working, and our labor partners. I see Commissioner Bradshaw and Commissioner Cruz here today. The people who you represent, they stepped up. They worked very hard, and they were diligent in their efforts to make sure, again, this roadway could be opened again. Cal OES, Cal Fire, Cal EPA, CHP were other key state partners in this effort as well to get the roadway back open. From a local government standpoint, Mayor Bass was on call pretty much throughout this effort. LAFD, LAPD, LADOT, LA Metro, all those entities, including the leadership of Mayor Bass, was critical to getting the I-10 back open. But I can't speak enough to Governor Newsom's leadership in this effort. There's a famous saying from John Maxwell. He says, everything rises and falls on leadership. Mm-hmm. Everything rises and falls on leadership, depending on what leadership does. And as soon as Governor Newsom, his team informed him about this I-10 issue, he immediately jumped on it and said he needed to get to the site and be a part of solutions. So I'm thankful to his leadership as well in getting the I-10 back open. So I mentioned partnership and how important it is. We often talk about it theoretically, but to see it in action, to see an all hands on deck approach with a commitment to hours and time and sacrifice to make it happen is something that I'm very grateful for, and is inspiring and gratifying, the work that was done by the team. So please give them, everybody, a hand again. Next slide, second slide, please. And I'll go to safety specifically from the core four things, our core four priorities. Next slide. That we talk about all the time in hopes that everyone in transportation at state and local government level is working on. I really appreciated Commissioner Lugo's passionate and well thought out comments about the importance of safety. I'll say just before I move on from I-10, this picture you're seeing is some of the staff, some of the laborers who are working, contractor laborers who are working to get the I-10 back open. This is probably late one night, that nonstop work that happened. Their safety is critical, their safety is important. And obviously the safety of the moving public is critically important as well. And I just want to again thank them for the focus that they had in that approach. But I'll say just on safety in general, the fact that 2023 has been, fortunately, a good year. It's been a good year for us from a safety standpoint. There have been some pretty tragic crashes that have happened in the state that has caught a lot of our attention. Pacific Coast Highway, I know Commissioner Gardino has been very concerned about Pacific Coast Highway and has reached out and asked for meetings with Caltrans and staff about what can be done after 4 young women were tragically killed in the Malibu region of PCH. This issue, we talk about it being our top priority all the time, and it is. But we have to leave every stone unturned in our efforts to make sure that we can solve the safety crisis, the safety challenge that our state faces. And I'll tell you that in 2023 specifically, I spoke at probably a half a dozen related events, related to safety. And my fear sometimes is that we talk about safety often, and it may get watered down in our approach and our commitment to it, because we talk about it so often, and there's so many events that we have related to this issue. But I'm imploring all of us to not back off on our commitment to safety. We're losing 12 people a day on average in 2022. 12 people a day related to crashes related to our system, the system that we oversee at the local and state level. So let's not let up on our commitment to improve safety in this state. One of the events that I had a chance to speak at was an OTS AAA Traffic Safety Summit that I thought was very well done by OTS Director Rooney. Also participating in that conference were Directors Tavares and CHP Commissioner, and our CHP Commissioner as well. There were some very good outcomes and discussions about partnership with law enforcement from that summit. The title of it was Responding to the Crisis Together, Prioritizing Safety and Equitable Outcomes. One of the events that I also got a chance to engage in earlier this year was a safety summit in Kansas City that was put on by AASHTO. And from that safety summit, one thing that stood out to me that I left with was a question from one of our fellow CEOs or executives from the state of Missouri. And his question to everybody at the conference that had more than 300 attendees was, are we doing enough? Are we doing enough for safety? And it's a question that I want us to ask ourselves every day, again, as we move forward in this work in 2024. Next slide, if we could go to climate. So of the core four, again, climate is right at the center. It's one of the priorities of this administration and at CalSTA specifically. I will start off, you may not be able to see it on your screen at the very top there, but there was a scorecard that was released just a little over a month ago from the NRDC, the Natural Resources Defense Council. Released a scorecard reviewing all 50 states policies and investments related to climate-friendly transportation infrastructure. The name of the report, if you haven't seen this report, is Getting Transportation Right. Getting Transportation Right. And here's why it's so important that I mention this and bring this up. The analysis, the scorecard, ranked California first in the country. I'll say that again, ranked California first in the country on issues related to climate specifically. Yes. It recognized California's groundbreaking programs, documents, and initiatives and executive orders related to making transportation better serve people and improve climate. The report specifically highlighted SB 375, Advanced Clean Air, SB 743, Executive Order 1919 from Governor Newsom, Advanced Clean Trucks from CARB, CAPTI, the Zero Emission Transit Capital Program, and I mentioned Advanced Clean Fleet already, and it also mentioned the progress specifically with high-speed rail. So it's a good recognition from a national entity saying that California is number one as it relates to making sure that we're making climate-friendly transportation investments. So kudos to all of us again here in this room and across the state who are making that a reality. Next, still on that same slide, but I want to mention CAPTI very quickly. Oh, before I go to CAPTI, I just want to say, it's been mentioned already, everybody in the room already knows the fact that California High-Speed Rail got $3.1 billion yesterday from the Biden-Harris administration. It's a remarkable feat for California High-Speed Rail. And I'm thankful to the team there, the CEO, Brian Kelly, his entire team for the hard work that they've done to land this. Also appreciate USDOT and FRA for their efforts as well, and Governor Newsom on his commitments to it. Not only is it going to help continue to fund the infrastructure related to completing high-speed rail, that 119-mile corridor, the 171-mile full extension from Merced to Bakersfield, but it's also going to help fund train sets. If you're not aware of that, we're going to hopefully in the next 3 or 4 years actually see the train sets that people are going to be riding in. We're going to see those train sets in California, and it's going to bring more and more into reality the fact that California high-speed rail is going to happen. It's going to happen, and that we will ride. But next on that same slide, CAPTI, the annual report, the second annual report, our Deputy Secretary Darwin Mosavi recently presented at a CARB CTC HCD meeting just last month. We're still accepting comments on the second annual report through December 8th. So until Friday of this week, we're still taking comments on CAPTI. But I think it's important to highlight from this second annual report, or just CAPTI overall, the fact that it included a lot of midterm related actions that were not going to be completed until 3 to 7 years from now. 3 to 7 years from now before those actions were going to be completed. But as of the end of this fiscal year, this fiscal year that we're in, all of those actions will be completed. And again, much appreciation to a lot of the folks who've been working very diligently to complete CAPTI. It's not time for us by any means to raise a mission accomplished banner as it relates to CAPTI, because we're immediately going to start the next phase in the first quarter of 2024, the next phase of working on an update to this policy document. Still on this same slide, SB 125, the Transit Transformation Task Force. Oh, if you don't mind, the prior slide. The Transit Transformation Task Force is something that a lot of our staff at CalSTA is working to move forward. Our Undersecretary Tollefson and Deputy Secretary Chad Edison, they're leading a lot of the effort to bring this task force to a reality. But we're going to have approximately 20 members, 20 individuals that are a part of this task force, including folks from academia, local government, and non-governmental organizations as well are going to be a part of it. But their responsibility is going to be to help develop policy recommendations to improve transit and facilitate the growth of transit ridership across the state. The application process, if you're thinking about it, unfortunately, it ended November 29th, and we'll be making the announcement in conjunction with the governor's office. We'll be making the announcement of who the members are at the end of this week. The first meeting of this task force is going to be on the 19th of this month, and we'll have our very first official meeting in the first quarter of 2024. The legislature requires that we report out to them by October of 2024 any of the key findings from this SB 125 task force. And I'm looking forward to the report that's going to come from them. And I'm also going to ask this task force and our staff to report out to the CTC as well on the findings that they have and all the work that's done there. Finally, from this slide, there was a California-Japan decarbonization symposium that happened just this fall. I know Commissioner Norton, Hillary Norton, was able to join this effort as well, where we met with the Japan Ministry of Land Infrastructure to continue to form our strong partnership. And we signed a letter of intent to support port decarbonization and the development of green shipping corridors between us across the Pacific. The LOI, the original LOI, was signed in March of this year by MLET and CalSTA. It also included partnership from the California Air Resources Board, California Energy Commission, and the California Governor's Office of Business and Economic Development. It was a productive summit this fall as the ports of Los Angeles, Long Beach, Oakland, Yokohama, Kobe, Nagoya, and Tokyo also participated in the summit. Next slide. So to go to equity, just as briefly as I can here, I already mentioned the fact that high-speed rail got this $3.1 billion from IIJA. But just last month, we celebrated the 2-year anniversary of IIJA. And so far, $32.7 billion has come to California from this landmark bill. Yes. As you may recall, $1.2 trillion is the total bill. Nearly 60% of that $1.2 trillion is going to transportation specifically, and California has been faring very well from IIJA or bill, however you want to call it. We've been faring very well. Our expectation, what we're hoping to see, is $41.9 billion, $41.9 billion over the next 5 years from IIJA, from this bill. As of last month, California has been awarded $4.34 billion in discretionary grant funding that's going to 470 projects, $4.3 billion in just 2 years, and 470 projects as far as discretionary grants go. California in total, this is in total overall, has received so far in 2 years $32.7 billion. in IIJA funding. And that $32.7 billion, the breakdown is $24 billion is going to transportation-related projects, $6.26 billion going to clean energy, power, and environmental projects, $2.24 billion has gone to broadband, again, that's a little bit of that breakdown of how that $32.7 billion looks. It's a historic and unprecedented amount of money that, again, is coming to our state, and it's funding projects like the California high-speed rail. Still on the specific slide, want to recognize, it was mentioned earlier, the EAC and the work that they've been doing thus far this year. I got a chance to hear a presentation from Caltrans and CTC within the last week to update all the work that they've been doing. Want to congratulate William Walker, who's been elected chair, and Martha Amos Kelly, who's been elected vice chair as well to the committee. I look forward to joining them later this week at a meeting to discuss some of my insight on equity-related issues and expectations of the committee. I possibly maybe having a conflict that's arising based on messages that I've been getting today, but I'm hoping somehow at some point soon to be able to engage the EAC directly. I want to mention as well that we are continuing to move forward with CalSTR's strategic plan, our 2024-2026 strategic plan. I'm grateful for the EAC members that will contribute their time to helping us complete this strategic plan that we're working on. I know the CTC is also working on your strategic plan, and I look forward to engaging specifically in that as well. Last slide. Economic prosperity, the last part of the core four. Last month as well, California hosted the Asia Pacific Economic Corporation in San Francisco, also known as APEC. If you're not familiar with it, world leaders from the Asian continent, or just the Asia Pacific specifically, were in California for a week-long conference. It included people like Justin Trudeau, the Prime Minister for Canada, and even Xi Jinping from China. They were all here for a conference. Those leaders represent 40% of the world's population, but interestingly enough, they also represent 60% of the globe's economy. So that's how much power, if you will, how much leadership was in California just last month. I want to specifically recognize and thank Dina El Tawanzi, the district, the District 4 director, for all their work. I was getting comments from all over about how clean and amazing San Francisco looked. They did a lot of work to get the region ready to take in all those leaders from across the world. I also want to recognize CHP Commissioner Sean Dury for his work as well. He had nearly 1,300 CHP officers present in the Bay Area region to help assist with hosting APEC. And also want to, just moving on here, want to highlight the fact that I got a chance to, as a part of APEC, speak at another event related to green shipping corridors, where several port directors were also present. The picture, the image that you see at the bottom of the screen there, where the people standing in front of a flag, those are leaders of the Board of Pilot and Commissioners, the BOPC. It's a part of CalSTA. If you're not familiar with the BOPC, it often goes overlooked. They do a lot of work on the bays of San Francisco, San Pablo, and Suisun. I got a chance to go there and see some of the work that they're doing and talk to their staff and leadership, the executive director, about the work that they're doing around supply chain movement and how they contribute to economic prosperity in the state. They are responsible for licensing and regulating up to 60 maritime pilots that make up the San Francisco Bar of Pilots. Their work also includes training, licensing, incident investigation, and rate determination. If you're not aware, this BOPC is California's oldest commission. It's been in existence since 1850, this Board of Pilot and Commissioners. So I really appreciate the commission and their executive director on all the work that they've been doing for California. And finally, the image that you see at the top of the screen there is a groundbreaking that I got a chance to participate with some legislators and members of the staff and leadership at SMART. SMART is Sonoma Marin Area Rail Transit. They did a groundbreaking on the North Petaluma station on November 9th. This train station is also going to include affordable housing and an installation of a 3-mile pathway for pedestrians and non-motorized transportation. And we gave them a $10.1 million TRCP grant. This type of work is exactly what we need to continue to be proponents of for California, mixing land use, mixing multimodal transportation together, combining those two together to deliver better outcomes in mobility and housing for people. So thankful for the team at SMART for the work that they did to get the $10.1 million and ultimately deliver this project. I already mentioned Dina Altowanzi, but the last image there, just to explain what that is, that's a nursery that was formerly essentially a dumping site for a lot of trash and litter, and there were quite a few encampments on that location as well. But the District 4 team and headquarters worked over the last year with the Clean California grant, the $1.1 billion Clean California grant. They worked to turn this essentially what was again almost a dumping ground into a nursery that's going to have potentially 500 trees planted there. And you see Governor Newsom and Mayor Bass and Director Tavares there as well, joined in to celebrate this. This site that's a part of the Highway System 101 being turned into a nursery and a place that people can go and be a part of not only nature, but be a part of our transportation and see our transportation almost firsthand. So again, credit and kudos to the District 4 team for all the work that they did to make that happen. I know that was an extensive report. Again, commissioners, it's been a remarkable 2023. We had quite a bit of challenges, some that have been discussed already today. But I said going into 2023, it was going to be a year of remarkable implementation. And I think we've done just that. And I think 2024, you could listen to a little bit of my comments there. I think 2024 is going to be about partnerships to deliver great outcomes. So I'm looking forward to seeing those partnerships enhanced and great outcomes in 2024. Thank you. I'll take any questions.
Thank you, Secretary. I think the bottom line of your report is it's a good time to be in transportation, right? Amazing time. Do we have any public comment?
Yes, we do have one attendee with their hand raised for this item. Oh, actually, they just lowered it. It might have been by mistake. That being said, we have no other public comment for this item. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Then Vice Chair Gardino.
Thank you, Chair Eager. Secretary Omishakin, thank you. The width and breadth of what you and your team at CalSTA and Caltrans and all of our partners are accomplishing for the people of California and the economy of California and the environment of California is just incredible. And we're humbled by the work you do and by the time you invest with us. I wanted to just call out and thank you, as well as Director Tavares and D7 Director Gloria Roberts, our CTC staff, State Senator Ben Allen and others for the laser-like focus you have placed on the Pacific Coast Highway. You mentioned the tragedy, the most recent tragedy that took the lives of 4 young women, seniors at Pepperdine University, where my daughter Jessica has just started her college career as well. But the deeper numbers are even more troubling. 10 years, 4,000 collisions. That's 400 a year. It's more than 1 a day, 1,500 injuries and deaths on that 21-mile stretch. The short, medium, and long-term steps that you and your wonderful team are already undertaking or considering are going to truly save lives. And I just want to thank you again. It's an honor to work with you and your team. I hope we'll hear more about that today or tomorrow from District Director Gloria Roberts. I know that she and her team have been putting in incredible efforts there. We'll leave that up to the agenda and her, of course, but she was filling me in a little earlier of the work that is already underway. And it can't happen too soon. The fact that State Senator Ben Allen had asked me to come down and have lunch with them 2 weeks before that most tragic incident, specifically to discuss his concerns for safety improvements on the PCH, was prescient and all too tragic as to what then occurred. And since that time, another young man was pulled over thinking it's a raceway, clocked at more than 109 miles an hour. We can address it, and with your leadership and your team's partnership, we will. And I just want to thank you again.
Thank you, Vice Chair.
If I could just real quickly, Chair Eager, Commissioner Gardino, thanks for those comments. And I wasn't aware of Senator Ben Allen and you were planning to get together to talk about that very issue before the tragedy happened. Look, as I mentioned, our talking point about safety being the top priority, it can't just be a talking point. It has to be a living point, something that we live by every day. I've said that this particular tragedy is now my #1 safety priority. I know our leadership, the chief deputy and the director, I know they're making it their top priority as well. CHP, if some of you are not aware, they've worked out an agreement with the city of Malibu. They're going to have 3 officers on this 21-mile stretch starting in the first week of January. They're going to have 3 officers patrolling this roadway to enforce speeds moving forward. And Caltrans has done a great job. You mentioned Gloria Roberts. They've done a great job of breaking down short-term, mid-term, and long-term solutions and identifying funding as well for the short term. So I look forward to the implementation. It's not going to be easy because you know this corridor better than I do. It's a scenic highway. It's got a small, beautiful, small town there, but people want to treat it like a racetrack as well. So we got a lot of work to do. I know Director Taylor, you've been in some of these discussions and meetings as well, and she understands the importance of this. So we're gonna do everything we can to try to make PCH a safer corridor in the coming weeks and years. Committed to that.
Thank you. Commissioner Norton?
Secretary of Public Shopping, I just wanted to thank you for.
Oh, there we go. For your leadership, and you had talked about leadership and that leadership doesn't sleep and it definitely listens constantly. And when the fire with the I-10, I mean, this had us all riveted as we were looking at what was going to happen and the disruption in mobility. I wanted to talk and thank you for your leadership, the governor's leadership, Tony Tavares, Gloria Roberts, Senator Maria Elena Durazo, Assemblymember Santiago, and Mayor Bass. Not only did you use this as an opportunity to remind people about the multimodal options that could be used and should continue to be used in that corridor. The addition of trains at Metro and Metrolink, the goals to look at how we move people differently around this area. But I think just constant input and your expertise, giving people information, your presence on site, it was really wonderful to see. And as we're looking at this unprecedented level of building, I think it's so important that your teams delivered this earlier than we thought. And I think it really is something that should be stated over and over again, that the round-the-clock work that was happening with Caltrans teams, with all of you, made sure that this was something that we could see repaired and dealt with very quickly, done in a safe manner, that analysis of not only what's happening at the underpass here, but all the leases on the underpasses to make sure that this is not a safety issue in the future. Just really want to say that this provided so much conversation at the Thanksgiving holidays, as people were saying, you know, California does things well, does them big. We can do big things and do them well and do them early. And I just want to thank you for that. I also wanted to thank you for the opportunity to be part of the California-Japan Port Decarbonization Task Force. That's a picture of my head in the front row watching you speak. And one of the big takeaways was how much Japan is looking to California and the innovations in California. And when one of the leaders in Japan said that California and the ports in Long Beach and LA already are cleaner than all of Japan's ports combined, that says a lot. And I just want to highlight, as we're looking at this SB 671 report and how we are going to look to having the diesel and particulates taken out of our goods movement network, that we're already starting with commitments from the ports. We're working with Dr. Ray Wolf's commitments to move that out from the 710 and the 10, but it just meant a lot to see that Japan is, even with their innovations in electric, hydrogen, and ammonia, that they were saying that everybody, the world, is watching what California is doing, and especially the ports of Long Beach and LA, because of the innovations, because of the investments that you helped lead, and because of Governor Newsom's goals with CAPTI. That it's no secret that California signed the Paris Accords when then President Trump did not, and that we're continuing to make good on the commitments to make our goods movement network, and in fact, all of our transportation networks, the envy of the world. Thank you for your leadership in that regard.
Thank you, Commissioner Norton. Look, I'll say this, and it may sound a little harsh, but the work that we're all doing, we've all heard the quote, sometimes we can't see the forest because of the trees. The work that we're doing, the forest, which is the bigger vision of improving climate across the globe, the world is impressed by us. The world is blown away by us. From APEC that happened just last month, to COP that's occurring in Dubai right now, to the summits that you had a chance to be a part of. When you go into those discussions, down the line, everybody is asking, what is California doing? Thank you for what you're doing. All of us, thank you for what you're doing in California. I can assure you of that. Met with some British officials within the last week and a half. Same thing. They wanted to come here. England is looking to us. California, not the US. They're looking at California specifically for our leadership. So sometimes we're grinding so hard and we're frustrated about the fact that projects don't look a certain way. But when you look at the bigger vision, the impact that we're having, it's impressive, the weight that we carry, the punch that we carry for the globe. So thank you again to many of you in the room and to the commission, your leadership as well. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Any other comments or questions for the secretary? And we're going to take one more tab before we take a break. Mike, we're going to go ahead and let you speak.
I can't tell you how many times in my career I find myself in this position having to talk after Tokes. It's, but here we go. Secretary almost shocking.
Yeah.
So, Chair, Commissioners, Executive Director, Tom and Ray, great to join you here once again in Riverside. I do want to welcome Hannah over to Caltrans, and
You're rubbing it in?
well, I just want to point out how many people have switched uniforms over the years, and I just want to acknowledge the professionals that go about doing that, and just how important that is to what we do for, the people of California, right? So the relationships that we build is what allows us, to do the important things that we seek to do. And I also, kind of in that vein, so Commissioner Luo, I agree with the comment. We have to fulfill these various roles. It's on behalf of the people. This is the things that we have to do. And I know there was reference to the NRDC report, both by Executive Director Taylor and Secretary Omashakin. I just want to say I have both reports. I was reading them on the plane on the way down, but I'd include the first one, which was not as friendly, perhaps, to the work that's going on. And I think it's important, again, that we respectfully have the dialogue and the various opinions, because these are hard decisions and we want to get it right. And the reason that we have differing opinions is because there is no perfect answer out there. And so we have to bump and grind and work our way through and say, what is the best that we can do? And so with that, speaking of the best that we can do, if we could go to my slides, please. I want to go to the next slide on I-10. And Chair Eager, if I could stray from protocol, but if I could ask, and this is unscripted, but I hope she's okay with it, Director Roberts, Gloria Roberts, to come to the front, because when we're talking about leaders, Gloria has been in her position a relatively short period of time. Commissioner Gardino was talking about the work that she has done on PCH, and she and her team, it was remarkable to see the work that they did on Interstate 10. So Gloria, one, I thought I'd invite you to maybe say a few words about PCH and the work that's going on there. And then if you wouldn't mind, maybe you could stay and join me with the presentation on the I-10, and then we'll pause and I'll do the rest of my report. But if that's okay, if I could cede some of my time to Gloria, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Chair Eager, Commissioners, Secretary Omashakin, and Chief Deputy Keever, Gloria Roberts, District 7, Los Angeles, Ventura Counties. And so to Commissioner Gardino's question on PCH, fatalities on our roadways are just generally unacceptable to us. And so that is always a priority in how we work to design, plan for and design and implement projects. And as a follow-up, since the collision that we had in October that resulted in the deaths of the 4 young women, we have on November 28th, Caltrans, along with the City of Malibu, as well as the LA County Sheriff's Department, conducted a preliminary road safety audit. And that's a tool that's used, basically a performance safety evaluation. It's a formal evaluation that we do to kind of look at what safety improvements can be done for all road users, not just drivers. And so as a result of that audit, Caltrans is in the midst of executing a director's order to implement some safety improvements along PCH. Some of it includes optical road markings, speed feedback signs, speed pavement markings, delineators, roadway curve warning signs. And so we will continue with doing more in-depth road safety audits so that we can look at additional improvements that we can implement into 2 existing Caltrans shop projects that we have in development. So the short term is to implement the director's order, and we anticipate being able to start work on that fairly within the next month. And then so the midterm solutions would be additional road safety audits to see what we can incorporate into existing Caltrans projects. And there is also a 2015 PCH study that was conducted by the city of Malibu that we're working with the city to implement, continue to implement improvements. We've already implemented a lot of projects that cite those elements that were cited in the safety study, and we'll continue to do that. So we do appreciate the attention from the commissioner, as well as the support of our elected officials and the partnership of the city, because this PCH is a critical and a very unique corridor that we want to make sure that is safe for all users. So we appreciate this opportunity to share what we've done and will continue to do, and I thank you for that.
Thank you, Director Roberts. Any follow-up?
Thank you, Mr. Keever. I appreciate it. Thank you again. The room I was in, I could hear you.
Okay, very good.
But we'll leave it at there, or it's an overshare. Thank you for that report and all the great work that you are doing. Boy, am I turning red at this point.
We're amongst friends, so it's all good.
The university, are they engaged? And if not, I do know the VP of Real Estate there and the VP of Government Affairs there. And if they need encouraging to engage with us, just let me know.
Will do, and we're actually going to be doing another ride-along with the sheriff on Monday, our safety officer, along with the Kelly County Sheriff and members of the community that have an additional kind of perspective as to actual users and lived experience on what it is like to provide their additional feedback. So
it's wonderful. Great.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Back to me. So, Director Roberts, I'm sorry, there was another one. No.
I had something that's not related to PCH. So go ahead.
Go ahead, Mike.
Chair, how would you like me to proceed? Should I go on with my presentation?
Yes.
Which would go on to the
Still haven't
I-10?
finished. Okay, because I had to go to the same place where Carl was.
Yeah.
Well, I heard what was some of the conversation. I didn't realize you weren't done with your presentation. I can wait till you're done.
He's still going. Go ahead, Mike.
Okay,
we actually had a Bagley Keene issue in that room. But we tried not to discuss any business.
Fortunately, there was no public anyhow. Director Roberts is going to stay with me for the next couple of slides, if you don't mind, Gloria, because I want to talk about the I-10. And I know that Secretary Omishakin covered this, so I'll try to take it from a little bit different angle. And so, from these pictures, you can see, the impact of the substantial damage that was done. Director Roberts' team responded quickly, and Secretary Omishakin talked about the all-of-government approach that went into this. And this is, again, talking about the various roles. Frankly, I don't think, the public knows the difference between a transportation department, agency, nor commission, right? It's just, this is government doing something, and are we going to do it right? And in this case, federal, state, local, right, the city, came together, and I want to acknowledge the contractors and the workforce that came together to do this. I mean, they were the ones that were out there, all day, all night, working on the recovery. So if we can go to the next slide. And so this is once the fire was out, this is what was left. And everybody was anxious to get in, but as you can see, there was no room for access. And so some of the early reports and estimates were we don't know how bad this is. This could be a long time. In fact, for a while it was on the table, might we have to replace this bridge, which of course would have been a very substantial impact. But if we can go to the next slide. Very quickly, again, I want to acknowledge the work of the contractors and their labor force to do this, but they were able to remove the debris with all the environmental considerations associated with that, and provide access so that the material testing could be done. And the reason people asked, well, wait a minute, you went from it's going to be 6 months, it's going to be 6 weeks, to then it was just a little over a week. What happened, and how do we know that this is okay? And it's because people were able to get in and do those assessments that they needed to. And then with that temporary shoring that's put up, begin making the repairs. But that is what allowed the traffic to be restored within that 8-day period. And Secretary Omashakin, talked about, the way everybody came together. So I don't want to cover that again, but I did, there were a lot of people involved in this, but there's some names that you don't typically hear. And Gloria, I'm going to mention some names of people on your team, and I'll probably miss a bunch of them. But I want to acknowledge John Yang, Patricia Galvan, Sipan Minovi, Mike Francis, Derek Chung, Tanya Wyckoff, Lauren Wonder, Greg Ware, Rafael Molina, and Mohammed Shamal. And there are probably many, many others. But these are the individuals that are out there working. Again, all the people, the boots on the ground that were out there doing the work. It was a 24-hour operation. And then just, Gloria, tremendous leadership shown by you through both this event, PCH, Chief Engineer Donna Berry, Tom Ostrom. There were so many people that were there making all of this happen. And just, again, it's everybody, showing the best of what we can do when we work together. So I just want to thank you and acknowledge you. I'm still not done. I apologize. If I could go on to the next slide, please. So we want to talk about the shop, and we're talking about climate and climate resiliency. And, the shop is there to improve conditions as well as operations and the sustainability of the state highway system. And Caltrans has increased the investments that are going to shop for climate resilience projects. We're putting in materials that are more resistant to wildfire. We're upsizing culverts for increased risk from increased rainfall, but it also offers this opportunity for wildlife crossings and fish migration. And we're also adding shade structures, for instance, for complete streets as part of this. So the shop is becoming a very multi-dimensional funding program. We're addressing sea level rise and cliff retreat. And so the new shop is going to be coming to the commission, and it'll have around 600 projects valued around $16 billion. So this is coming to you. But part of what I want to acknowledge is this will be the first shop that was planned based on CAPTI. So the work that's been done to this point, we've done a lot of work to make the pivot within the pipeline itself. So the adjustments that have been made to the pipeline, a lot has been accomplished in the areas of our CAPTI goals. But now we'll begin to see the pipeline full of CAPTI-aligned projects coming forward. So I think it's a big milestone as we're going forward with this. And it'll include more than $4 billion in safety improvements, bike and ped facilities, and again, climate resiliency. And then from here on, so again, there was reference to the Caltrans policies and the NRDC report, but these policies now will be ingrained in the entire project process. So from the planning all the way through to the programming, the design, and the construction. And so when people are asking about where's the big pivot, I can understand the public saying, where is it? And it's started, but there's much more to come. Very proud of where we are hitting this milestone. Next slide, please. With regard to specific climate and sustainability projects, so an example is the Gleason Beach Realignment Project. And this is on State Route 1 between Bodega Bay and the Russian River. It's completed construction, so we see here the ribbon cutting ceremony, but addressed the chronic and accelerating erosion along coastal bluffs that were undermining homes and the highway itself. And there were many attempts with seawall protections and walls and addressing collapsed structures. But then we came together and looked at different opportunities with the Coastal Commission, with Sonoma County, and when this road would close, it was a 1-hour detour. And there are parallels. We're going to hear later at the CTC meeting about the last chance grade, but very similar dramatic impacts with the impacts to communities. And so with this, we were able to find ways to do positive natural resources restoration with root wad revetment, natural stream bed materials, native vegetation, locally sourced seeds. And so it was environmentally responsible, but at the same time relocate the highway to retain the important transportation links to the communities that rely on that. So proud of the work that's, again, come together with multiple stakeholders to do that work. Go to the next slide, please. On the equity front, we just recently concluded the federal fiscal year. So for the federal funded projects, I think it's quite remarkable. Over $1 billion in awards to disadvantaged businesses. It wasn't that long ago, we were very proud to reach the $100 million threshold, and here we are, $1 billion. Now, there's absolutely more work to be done in this area, but along the lines of what Secretary Omashakin was talking about, sometimes we're in the midst of it and you just don't realize we are making progress, and we should be proud of the progress that we are making. In addition, we're expanding on the state side, small business investments. So in 22-23, we awarded 34.5%, or almost over $961 million to small businesses. So these are the state-funded projects, and we're continuing to do more where we're going to use recent legislation and regulations from DGS to create project-specific goals for small businesses. So again, to try that California for All, we want to expand the opportunities for participation. As Commissioner Cruz talked about the number of jobs this industry creates, it's important that we get as broad participation as we can. Along those lines, we've expanded our construction mentor protege program. And so this is a support program to bring and help, could be existing businesses, but how do you do business with the transportation industry, with Caltrans? We can be mysterious, we can be difficult, complex if you haven't done it before. And so we team people up, we provide support services, and by the end of this calendar year, we'll have rolled this out into all 12 of our districts. It's been very successful as it's rolling out. We're then certifying new small and disadvantaged businesses that, again, we can rely on to do the work that we're doing. So very, very proud of that work. And then, of course, we have the EAC meeting coming up. So Martha, I'm looking forward. Just congratulations to you and to William with your new roles, and we'll join you on Friday. So look forward to kind of doing a retrospective of where we've been so far, and then now with your leadership, where we're going to be going, working together. And so we'll be convening that. And of course, it's a public meeting, so I hope a lot of you can perhaps join us at that meeting. And then within Caltrans, we're doing a lot in terms of, we're doing equity assessments. So we want Caltrans to reflect the workforce, to reflect the diverse communities that we serve. And so we're looking at other ways. How can we recruit? How can we go reach out? How can we engage so that we're really woven into the communities? And then we're doing additional training, so diverse interview panel training, so making sure that when we're hiring, we have the not just the diversity, but an understanding of the role of a diverse interview panel. And then on our EEO side, prevention partnership training. So rather than investigating claims, looking at what we can do to be preventive and proactive in that area. Next slide, please. I'm pleased to announce that Ann Fox is the Acting Deputy Director for Planning and Modal Programs. Ann comes to us from District 11. She served as the Deputy District Director for Planning and Local Assistance. She's managed a number of teams, so multimodal programs in active transportation and transit, modeling and travel forecasting, regional and system planning, international border studies, Native American liaison, climate change, sustainability programs. Really fortunate to have Ann and her background in this role. We're in fantastic hands. And then in the area of personnel, I want to thank the district directors that this is going to be their last meeting here. So District 3, Amarjeet Benapal, District 10, Dennis Agar, District 11, Gustavo Dearda. Just really thank you for the careers that you've had, the work that you've done, and just want to also recognize, I saw an old district director, Mike Beauchamp, is here, so I guess it's it may draw you all back in, but want to thank you for all of the work that you have done. And I want to acknowledge one other person, Tom Ostrom. I've probably spent more Caltrans hours with Tom than anybody else in my career. So Tom, just a personal thanks for all the work that we've done together. I don't know how many emergencies, how many projects, but wish you well in your retirement as well. And last slide, kind of a fun event. I could have my last slide. Did I lose my last slide?
It's on the webinar.
It's up. It's up.
There
Okay.
it is.
Okay.
There we go.
Okay. So Arroyo Fest. 20 years ago, we did this. It was the first Arroyo Fest, and so Arroyo Seco Parkway is the oldest freeway that we have in California, going back to the 1940s. And so in a commemoration of that 20th event, said, hey, why don't we do this again? Not as simple as you would think. It took 5 years of planning and a lot of work, but they opened it up to bicyclists, walkers and joggers, and electric wheelchair users, skaters, strollers, dogs, everybody, everything but cars, right? Everything but who typically would use that. So a fun event, allows people to, get up close and personal to their transportation system. So a fun event. These are the types of things we like to get a chance to do with the communities that we serve. So I just want to recognize the event partners, Active CGV, Metro, the cities of LA and South Pasadena, and the San Gabriel Valley Council of Governments, along with Caltrans. So another great District 7 example. So thank you, and that concludes my report.
Thank you, Mike. Do we have any public comment?
Secretary.
We have one public comment from Secretary Omashakin.
I'm not sure it's officially considered public comment, but I just wanted to, Chief Deputy Keever did a really good job of highlighting staff and thanking staff for their incredible work through a lot of challenges that we've had. And I skipped over some of CalSA staff that I just want to make sure I recognize publicly, and then a few other people that I just wanted to briefly mention before we go to public comment. But our Undersecretary, I don't know if he's here, Mark Tellefson. Is Mark in the room? Oh, he's hiding. Mark Tellefson, yeah. Mark was very instrumental in helping to work things out for I-10. He wasn't on site, but he was on call through the weekend, all through the week. I don't know how many hours he actually worked that week, but Mark, really appreciate everything you did to help out with Caltrans and CHP and the rest of the state team. Also want to recognize Tammy McGowan, our deputy, Tammy McGowan, our Deputy Secretary for Communications. She was basically embedded in the governor's office with the governor's team for that entire week. All the incoming information that was coming from the governor's office and local partners, she had so much back and forth with them. So Tammy, appreciate all you did as well. Mike, you mentioned, forgot about Dennis and our District 3 director as well. Just want to thank them, Amarji and Dennis. I want to thank them as well for their service during my tenure at Caltrans and at CalSTA. Really appreciate everything you guys did. Mike Beauchamp, if you want to come back, you're welcome to come back.
Come on home.
And finally, Aaron Hake. I don't see Aaron in the room anymore, but he has been appointed the new director of RCTC to come after Ann Mayer. I thought I saw Aaron earlier, but he's going to be replacing Ann in her retirement. Just want to recognize and thank Aaron as well and for his work and congratulate him on his new appointment. And that's it. Thank you.
Great.
Not
Thank
public
you.
comment, just for the record.
Got it. Got it. Do we have any other public comment?
We've received no public comment for this item. Thank you.
Okay, we have commissioners. Yes, Commissioner Liu.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mike, I'm looking at those pictures, and thank you for that update. Looking at those pictures, and I'm seeing all that debris, and I'm thinking, well, the laborers had to move that out, right? Right, Joe? Yeah. And I'm looking at all that structure that was put up to support the freeway, and I figured those carpenters had to build that. Yeah, yeah, we actually worked together and cooperatively. So thank you, guys, for doing that. I also want to tell you that the last time that freeway had a major problem, big section fell down during the Northridge earthquake, and the debris got moved quickly and unfortunately deliberately right into an environmental justice community across the street from houses where it was a giant pile of cement and steel and mess. It was dubbed La Montaña by the environmental justice advocates who fought to try to get it cleaned up, and it took a very, very long time. So what I'm hoping is that we did not do that again this time. And Mike, I don't know if you know where that debris ended up, but I'm hoping it didn't end up in a environmental justice community in Southeast Los Angeles like it did last time.
Director Roberts can probably come up. I will just say, oops, sorry, I'm talking to the wrong microphone. I would just, like Tom Hanks in the SNL skit. Another time. So this was something we talked about early on, is that part of the time that we were taking and say, hey, we need to find out what's going on. We need access. Part of getting the access was we need to identify the types of hazardous material that was in there and then the appropriate place where it would go. But Director Roberts has more details.
Commissioner Liu for the question. So as you saw from the photos, tons of debris that required removal, and we thank the contractors. So specific to your question, as you saw, there was a lot of burnt cars, so obviously a lot of burnt metal. So it was separated out. We had Griffith, that was the contractor that came in, separated out all the debris. So all of the metals went to particular metal recyclers and collectors, to particular companies for the metals. And then one that was just general debris went to a rubbish, collector company. And then obviously, because there were cars and fuel and some, fears of hazardous materials, the contractor we followed the LAFD procedures for testing and handling of any hazardous materials. So we did find some lead, and so any hazardous materials that were found were actually put into specialized containers and then transported in bulk transport, specialized containers to a hazardous material waste recycling center in Kettleman City. So there was no dumping of any of the materials that were on that site. It was all kind of handled specifically to the areas that could actually receive it.
Thank you. I really do appreciate it. It shows that we learned and
Absolutely.
we've done better this time around. So I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioner Norton?
Yes, I just wanted to commend Caltrans on the work that you did with Wes Ruderman and the team at San Gabriel Valley, and Active San Gabriel Valley. You know, I was there at the closure of the 110 and the awesome spirit that was there, walking and running the 110 and cycling. But one of the other, I was actually there 20 years ago as well. And one of the big differences is that you could now take the train to all of the places, and you had to take the train if you were signing up for the race. You had to take the train, mostly if you were going to the race, and then it started at one station and ended at another. And I think people really started to see that multimodal capability. A lot of people, as we were on the train, because the race had to start at 7, because you closed again, early in the first that Sunday. There were so many of us on the train at 6:15 in the morning, and it just was so exciting. And I think that people don't appreciate necessarily how Caltrans and Metro work together for things like this. And I really want to commend you for the safety aspects, everything that was done. It was such a joy. And lots of people are asking, is it only going to happen every 20 years? Is there any way to have this happen more often? Because it was, again, such a joy. And so I want to thank Gloria Roberts and all your team, but just to be able to have something that made national news for how much fun it was, how safe it was, how multimodal it was. I just really want to say that that kind of joy, the release of the doves as we started the race and have, I think it was 4,000 people running and walking, was really exciting. And I don't even know the number of cyclists, but I know that Commissioner Lugo came there as part of the cycling. It's nice to see how we use our infrastructure for joy as well as for mobility. And so thank you for giving us a wonderful Sunday.
And I think obviously if she wants to have it happen more often, you should get her to volunteer to help you put it together. Yeah. Any other comments or questions from commissioners? Okay, sorry it took so long. We're going to take a quick break. We'll be back at 4:05. Thank you. 4:05, the 4:05. Okay, we are back in session. On tab 9, Monica. Run, Monica, run.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Monica Gordine. I'm with the Federal Highway Administration. And I know you're used to the usual suspects, Vince, the quitter, and Alyssa, but this afternoon you have me, so.
If
I
we,
guess I'm
if we could
Kaiser.
ask our guests in the room to take conversations outside so that we can show respect to our speakers. Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
So I guess I'd like to first start by thanking Caltrans for their response to the I-10 incident in Southern California. I appreciate the work, the partnership. We relied heavily on them for information dissemination that was relayed back to our headquarters and then to the White House. So just appreciate the partnership and the quick response to the incident. As a result of that, DOT issued a $3 million quick release allocation. And essentially, this is emergency relief funds that go to large disasters throughout the country quickly. Also, right now, the federal government is in a under continuing resolution. This year, they did a two-step process. The first step, they issued 4 appropriation bills that will run through January 19th. And the second step, they issued 8 bills that will run through February 2nd. An advantage to this is that we're under the bipartisan infrastructure law, so we have an authorization that lasts through 2026. So technically, we don't need an appropriations bill to work or to do our work here at Federal Highway. So as part of my update, I'd like to provide some highlights from a couple of NOFOs. So notice the funding opportunities that we have, some new rules that were issued, and provide staffing updates. This year, we published a new stewardship and oversight agreement template, which was published in the Federal Register last month. And essentially, this agreement is between Federal Highway and the states, and it establishes how states will assume responsibilities under Title 23. So this is our working relationship with the states and how we have oversight over the program. This template has to be completed within a year after it was issued, so it has to be signed by next November. In addition, a final rule establishing greenhouse gas performance measures was issued as part of the Transportation Performance Management. It was published in November 22nd. The rule requires state DOTs and metropolitan planning organizations to measure their transportation-related carbon dioxide emissions and set targets for reduction. Also, there's a number of NOFOs, and according to my old colleague, who's the quitter, he said I shouldn't read all these NOFOs. So I will just highlight one notice of a funding opportunity that you might find interesting, which relates to RAISE, our RAISE notice, which was recently published, and it has $1.5 billion in funding grants available. An application deadline will be February 28th of 2024, and selections will be made no later than June 27th of 2024. In addition, we have a new office. It's called the Freight Infrastructure and Policy Office, and the department recently hired a secretary for multimodal freight. Her name is Allison Camden, and this office will work closely with the modes, so Federal Highway, FRA, and MARAD to establish freight priority for the agency. Okay, yesterday, our administrator announced the selection of the Wildlife Crossing Pilot Program grants, and California received an $8 million grant for the Giavati Pass Wildlife Connectivity Vehicle Collision Reduction Project, so that's a kudos to California. Also, I'd like to give you some highlights about our current staffing. Alyssa Kano, which you probably know, she's acting as our division administrator. And then finally, I think that I am the only person here from the department, meaning, so I like to announce that our department gave over $6 billion to the state of California for 2 high-speed rail projects, one, the high-speed rail project for California, and then the $3 billion to Brightline West. So I'm gonna say that I brought the money to California. So with that, that is my highlight for today. Thank you.
Do we have any comments or questions? Do we have any public comment?
We did not receive any public comment for this item. Thank you.
Thank you. Then we will move on to tab 10, Regional Agencies Moderator, Carl Anderson.
Thank you, Chair Eager, and good afternoon, Commissioners. I'm Carl Anderson with the Metropolitan Transportation Commission and this year's Vice Moderator for the Regional Transportation Planning Agencies. Unfortunately, Rich could not be in attendance in person today and sends his regards. The CalRTPAs had a great meeting yesterday, hosted by the Western Riverside Council of Governments, where the central theme of the meeting focused on partnerships between the RTPAs, Caltrans, and the California Transportation Commission, as we all work towards the development and submittal of applications to various CTC programs in the coming months and throughout 2024. Most timely, CTC staff presented updates about the proposed program and projects for the Local Transportation Climate Adaptation Program, or LTCAP, which is on the agenda for your consideration later today. The RTPAs fully support staff recommendations of nearly $310 million, and we'd like to thank Rebecca Light and her team for the program's swift development and implementation. We're eager to see the impacts of this program's projects and LTCAP's continuation in the coming years. CTC staff also shared the latest information of the 2024 State Transportation Improvement Program as the regions work to submit our regional transportation improvement programs by December 15th for your consideration early next year. Further, the CTC Active Transportation Program team shared updates from the Project Study Report Equivalency Standards Workshop, also held yesterday, and we'd like to thank Caltrans Local Assistance and the CTC ATP team for continuing to make the ATP application process more accessible and streamlined ahead of the call for projects in March of 24. Most significantly, though, during yesterday's meeting, Caltrans staff presented updates regarding the plans to update and implement the Caltrans System Investment Strategy, or CSIS. The updates to CSIS are particularly important to the RTPAs since Caltrans will use the strategy as part of Caltrans's prioritization process for SB1 competitive program project nominations for next year's Solutions for Congested Corridors and Trade Corridor Enhancement programs. The RTPAs appreciate Caltrans's commitment to transparency and collaboration as they continue to update the strategy, and we thank Caltrans for extending the comment periods for the RTPAs to provide meaningful feedback on the qualitative and quantitative metrics that they will use for the strategy. The RTPAs plan to be fully engaged with Caltrans in the coming months as they continue to update other CSIS elements. Above all, we'd like to thank all of our partners who continue to attend our meetings and share vital updates so we can all work to deliver the best transportation projects in our regions in support of state goals. With that, I conclude our report, and I'm happy to take any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any comments or questions from commissioners? Do we have any public comment?
We did not receive any public comment for the item. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Carl. Tab 11, Rural Counties Task Force, Nafili.
Yes, just one moment.
All right, good afternoon. Can everyone hear me?
Yes.
All right, great, thank you. I'm sorry, it took a minute for me to reconnect as a panelist there. So good afternoon, commissioners. I'm Nafili Barrett, Chair of the Rural Counties Task Force and Executive Director of the Mendocino Council of Governments. First, I'd like to congratulate the CTC staff members in new positions with the commission, and best of luck to Hannah Walter in her new role with Caltrans. We look forward to continuing to work with all of you in your new roles. The Rural Counties Task Force last met on November 17th. At that meeting, we discussed and received reports from Caltrans, CalSTA, and CTC staff on a wide range of issues, including AB 744, the SB 1121 Needs Assessment, the Active Transportation Program, and LTCAP. We support the approval of LTCAP projects on this agenda and thank Rebecca Light for her efforts on that program. We also received a report on the status of toll credits and the temporary suspension of their use for new projects. We appreciate Caltrans local assistance inclusion of rural agencies in the working group to address that issue. We also had a brief discussion on the 2024 STIP. Our CTF member agencies are working to finalize our regional transportation improvement programs, which will propose programming of important projects across multiple modes of transportation. The changes to the RTIP format as a result of the recent guidelines update will enable us to better illustrate the benefits to our regions from these projects. At the RCTF meeting, we also discussed development of the SB 125 transit funding allocation plans. Regional agencies across California, including in our rural regions, are busy putting together packages in order to draw these funds. We're excited about what for many is an unusual and significant opportunity to advance transit in our regions. We appreciate the assistance that we've received from CalSTA staff, particularly Chad Edison, in developing those plans. As always, thank you to all of the state agency staff for your time meeting with the RCTF and keeping us informed and engaged. In addition to the RCTF meeting, members have been participating in statewide meetings and workshops. We especially appreciate the opportunities to participate in Active Transportation Program branch workshops held in locations closer to home for many of us, as well as the virtual site visits. Thank you to Lori Waters, Alika Changizi, and Beverly Newman Burkhart for making those opportunities possible. We would also like to express appreciation to Caltrans for the expanded opportunity for engagement and input in the development of the next iteration of the California System Investment Strategy, Caltrans System Investment Strategy. As I've reported previously, the CSIS continues to be an issue of concern for rural agencies. So this opportunity for input is valuable. Caltrans has clearly outlined their next steps in this development of CSIS 2.0, including comment periods and workshops, which is very helpful. We appreciate the additional time to review metrics and look forward to seeing the metrics tested in upcoming months and encouraging inclusion of rural projects in that testing. That concludes my report. I hope you all have a wonderful holiday season, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Nafili. Do we have any comments or questions from commissioners? Yes, Commissioner Grisby.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a question for the last speaker, which was, you mentioned that there's some, you had some concerns. Could you give us a thumbnail sketch of concerns around CSIS that you might have?
Sure. So we've been concerned about it sort of from the beginning. There's a concern that the project in the rural regions will be impacted because they are being viewed through the same lens as projects in more developed urban areas. The CAPTI, which called for development of the CSIS, encouraged prioritization of projects that do not have significant increases in VMT. However, there's concern that CSIS takes that a step further by penalizing projects. This is just one example of our concerns, but penalizing projects that have insignificant increase in VMT. In addition, there are projects that are implemented in rural areas, such as widening, that might be done for safety purposes or operational purposes, not to address congestion, and so they don't have the same effect that they would necessarily in urban areas. So we want to make sure that whatever the final version of CSIS, the CSIS 2.0, the metrics that are going to be tested, that they address things, that they are really looking at rural projects through a rural lens and using the appropriate metrics, using the appropriate tools to consider those projects. So we will be submitting comments on that. We have been submitting comments all along. We'll continue to submit comments that hopefully will draw attention to those concerns. But we do appreciate the extra opportunities to express those concerns and to discuss those with Caltrans. We think it'll make for a much better tool for all of California.
Thank you. I think you're referencing a study on whether or not rural projects have the same types of induced demand that you might find in urban and suburban areas. Is there an update on the status of that report? Is it ready yet, or any preliminary information?
It is not ready yet. I did at the October CTC meeting, I did include some very preliminary findings. And so we hope to early in 2024, we hope to have a draft available, and we can present more detailed findings with the commissioners. That'll also include recommendations on how those findings might be used. However, it did find, just in the preliminary results, showed that in the projects that were tested, that the VMT increase at various points of time after completion of a project did not result in the VMT increase that had been projected at the time of project analysis. And so that was consistent in all of the projects that were tested in rural regions, and in the majority of projects that were tested in rural regions that were part of an MPO, that were within an MPO boundary. So that was sort of the preliminary finding. There was a lot more detail. Unfortunately, I don't have those notes in front of me, or I could give you a little bit more information. But we do look forward to more detailed information early in 2024.
Okay, great. Thanks so much.
Thank you.
We can work with the Rural Counties Task Force to provide an update on that at the appropriate time so that everybody has the information.
Great, thank you. Any other comments or questions for Nafili? Do you have any public comment?
We did not receive any public comment for the item. Thank you.
Thank you. Tab 12 has been withdrawn, so we will move to 13, Sequoia.
Sequoia, what did you do to her arm?
Well, I think she might have been with Tanisha because it's apparently from softball. So,
I thought maybe you had to twist her.
I don't know.
Yeah.
Well, you know.
I thought maybe you had to twist her arm to come up here. So.
Well, we're grateful that Anna can join us today, so thank you. So I'll go ahead and give my remarks, and then I'll pass it to Anna. Good afternoon, Commissioners. Tab 13 is an informational item featuring updates on the Commission's equity initiatives. The interagency leadership team is proud to conclude our first year convening our committee. We held way back in March our first executive meeting, which wasn't that long ago, but feels like a lot has happened since then. Throughout 2023, committee members have worked with interagency staff on initiatives such as identifying priority focus areas for the committee, developing a charter and a governance structure, preliminary, and electing the committee's first leadership team, as was mentioned today. Congratulations, William and Martha, who are now our first chair and vice chair. And in the next year, the committee will deliberate the roles and structures of an expanded leadership model, and we will update on that as it progresses. And of course, we look forward to joining as many of you as possible on Friday for our final Equity Advisory Committee meeting of the year, where we will provide a more detailed presentation featuring results from our end of year survey and plans for next year, including a draft meeting calendar. Just another big deal. More information can be found on the posted agenda. So we really hope to see you there on the dais or virtually. And now I will introduce Equity Advisory Committee member Ana Gonzalez, who's joining us today to speak about her experience advocating for environmental justice right here in the Inland Empire region. Ms. Gonzalez currently serves as the executive director for the Center for Community Action and Environmental Justice, and also known as CCAEJ, which is a 45-year-old organization that fights for clean air and water and environmental justice communities. And with that, I will pass it over to Ms. Gonzalez. Thank you.
Hey, thank you so much. Well, happy Wednesday to you all. Welcome to Riverside and the Inland Valley. It has been a privilege and honor to serve as an Equity Advisory Committee member. I have learned so many things, and I can't help but thank the staff for their patience and support in, guiding us through this process, being that it's a brand new committee. And, thank you to all the state leadership for allowing us to have this type of committee, especially when it comes to transportation, because that's where we see most of the environmental injustices, and especially here in the Inland Empire. So I am honored to have this opportunity to speak to you today about the important work that the Center for Community Action and Environmental Justice is doing in the Inland Empire and beyond. As it was mentioned, I served as the executive director, and we have an amazing team that represents many cities in the region. At CCAJ, we are committed to creating intersectional solutions that transform communities. Our mission is to bring people together to improve their social and natural environment, and we do this through a variety of initiatives focused on air quality, water quality, sustainable communities, climate change, transportation, and land use. As we move into 2024, we are placing a special emphasis on transportation. We have seen a troubling increase in truck traffic across the IE, largely due to the rise of warehousing in the area. This not only causes congestion and traffic issues, but it also brings with it diesel pollution and negative health impacts for our communities that are already overburdened. Additionally to the improvement of air quality efforts, we are partnering with the South Coast Air Quality Management District to advocate for implementation of the rail yard indirect sources rule, compliance with the warehouse indirect sources rule. We believe that it's crucial to have clean rail locomotives and trucks to address the pollution and health issues caused by the increase of transportation. We also recognize that simply expanding roads and promoting cleaner transportation options will not solve the underlying issue of infrastructure and traffic congestion. This is why we are advocating for mass transit solutions and pushing for opportunities for residents to live, work, play, and thrive in their own communities. And most recently, our communities have been actively engaging in the Connect SoCal plan led by the Southern California Associations of Governments, also known as SCAG. And this plan aims to address transportation and land use issues in the region, and we are committed to bringing our communities' perspectives to the table and advocating for inclusive and sustainable solutions. Again, at CCAJ, we believe that everyone has the right to a safe and healthy environment. That is why we are working tirelessly to address air and water quality issues, promote sustainable communities, and combat the effects of climate change. We believe that by coming together and utilizing our collective power, we can create real change and make a positive impact for generations to come. This is, with this expertise and knowledge, I am so happy to bring the community's voices to the EAC committee, as you all know. And I urge all of you to join us in our mission, whether it is through volunteering, supporting our campaigns, or simply spreading the word. Every little action makes a difference. Let us work together to a future where all communities can thrive and our environment is healthy for all. Thank you, and I'm looking forward to learning and participating. Happy to be a voice for this region. Thank you so much.
Do you have any comments or questions? Yes, Commissioner Grisby, then Commissioner Liu, and then Commissioner Falcone.
Yeah, thank you so much, and thank you for the work that you're doing in the region. It means a lot. So of course, in San Bernardino County, there's Arrow, I guess there's a BRT line as well. Are there any projects in Riverside County, particularly in the western Riverside County area, that you point to as superlatives when it comes to shifting the paradigm?
Yeah, I mean, we've been notified by community members that Riverside City is moving towards implementing more mass transit solutions. And I believe there was one project in particular that was coming up, And there was a lot of conversations with communities that didn't see the value in it. And so now it's our job to educate that community to understand why we need that mass transit option, and that sometimes we can work with the mitigations and environmental impacts to make it a safe project. So I cannot name specifically what the project's called, but I know that we're engaging that community in Riverside for sure. Mhm.
Anna, thank you so much. Just full disclosure, I started working with CCAJ 33 years ago when Penny Newman had taken on Stringfellow and some other projects that we worked on together. And I always, when I do work on environmental justice issues, really appreciate people who have dedicated their lives to improving conditions in their impacted communities, which now you've taken up the mantle for. And I just want to thank you for that. I want to thank you for serving on our committee. And please come to me, come to us, if there's
course.
anything we can do to make it better.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
This committee is. It's not only cool, it's really much needed. You really are a part of this intersection, interesting intersection between three agencies in such a very core fundamental area. And badly needed, and we needed it yesterday.
Right.
And so we're glad that you're here and that you're providing such an important voice. Thank you for being at our hearing today, and appreciate Martha and William stepping up and becoming leaders. And I know that all of you in the CAC are very interested in leadership. I hear it in your meetings, and we'll be interested as you advance in your development of your committee about this expanded leadership concept. I know it's a very active conversation that you're all having, but really just I say this every time this item comes, how important you guys are, and so we appreciate the time that you take to serve in this capacity. So thank you.
Thank you.
Do you have any public comment?
We did not receive any public comment for this item. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you both.
We do have some, I think there are two people who come with Anna.
No?
I believe there may be some folks who want to make comments. We did not receive speaker cards for that.
Okay. Is there anyone that would like to speak on this issue? Now you have a card.
Even you can fill out a speaker card after you speak as well.
Hello. Yes.
Good afternoon, board. It's a privilege to be here. Thank you for coming down to the IE and talking about these important issues. I am from the community of Bloomington, California, an unincorporated community in San Bernardino County, heavily impacted by the logistics industry and by air pollution and a lot of other problems. I'm here representing my community. And the topic of equity is very important, especially in those communities that are most impacted, that have not gotten the resources they need to really push towards mass transit or options that benefit the community. I live in a community where we don't have sidewalks, we have limited access to buses, we don't have bike lanes, but what we do have is trucks going up and down our streets. We have for several years had no investment into our infrastructure, but now that we've been having a lot of logistics come into our community, we've been having more investment into the infrastructure, but not benefiting the people, right? Benefiting the logistics industry, to allow more trucks to come into our community. So as we talk about equity and about the benefits of transportation in our community, we have to talk about, the balance between what the community needs and what industries need. And what the community needs is more access to public transportation, more access to mass transit, and safety, a prioritization of safety in instances where there is, harmful industries right next to our homes, schools, and parks. And as we move forward as a board, as a community, continuing to emphasize that our communities are in need of more more serving or more introduction of these topics to those who have not heard about it, or those who don't have the chance to come to these meetings and talk about it. More workshops, more listening sessions where community members from all over the county, San Bernardino, Riverside County, have the opportunity to really talk about what equity means to them, understand what equity is, and what transportation means to them and to their families, to small businesses, to communities that all exist in this area and need them to thrive. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. So we have Luis Cuevas.
Hello? Yeah. Hi there, good afternoon. My name is Luis Carretero Cuevas. I'd like to thank you for coming out into the Inland Empire, and I'd also like to thank you for the kind words you said about our organization, CCAEJ. I'm a member of also the community of, actually I'm a member of the community of San Bernardino, and for a while now I've kind of seen that there's always been potential, potential in essentially the infrastructure and what we can do to essentially improve the public transit, because originally I come from South Central LA, and knowing there, I was very close to a lot of train stations and a lot of bus routes that essentially provided me anywhere within the county of Los Angeles. I believe we have the possibility of doing that here as well, considering that me as myself, it's not necessarily just to say essentially just about the helping the environment, because I am a great advocate for that, and I want to say that this will help that. But not only that, but out of convenience as well. Because sometimes going down, maybe the 10 freeway or something, it's very hectic to be focusing on driving. But given the implementation of public transit, where you are essentially a passenger on these sort of forms of transit, it's essentially a lot more alleviating for our communities and such, because we have other matters to also attend to, because there's always possibility there. But again, I just wanted to thank you for the time you've taken to come out here and stay in the Empire, and let's really try to go for a better public process. Right,
Thank you so much. Thank you. Do we have any other public comment? Yes. Welcome and congratulations.
Thank you. First of all, I want to say thank you to all of you here for giving us the opportunity, and thank you for the cheers of confidence and well wishes as your vice chair for the EAC. I'm really proud and privileged to be here, because I was given an education, and I was both my parents did not speak very well English, and it was hard to learn a lot of these concepts, and a lot of the words that we use, the language we speak, were limited for my parents. And to be in this place right now is a moment for me, but it's also a moment for so many of our children in the Valley, because I represent that person that everyone said could not be here. And so I'm here. And but I want to remind you, and I want to, as I thank you, I want to remind you that we use so many words and so much information that we need to be able to break it down for our community members in a way that it can be digested. And when I hear so many different things that are impacting the communities that we live in, and folks are not here, it's not because they don't want to be here. I want to remind you, it's not because they couldn't be here. It's because sometimes that need for education is missing. That component that connects environment to their spaces and their real time, their day-to-day living. And I come from Merced County, and I would be remiss not to remind you that the corridor for 99 has been impacted in our community. Many people have had some perilous and even fatalities that have occurred in our community. And when I came today, I put it on my Facebook and I said, hey, you know, this is an opportunity for you to talk about all the things that I hear. And some people were, you know, passionate, and some people were just kind of like, what do you really do? What is it that you do when you talk about environment? And it befuddled me, but at the same time, it's like, I remember when I told my mother that I wanted to be in environmental justice, and she said, couldn't you just be a doctor, or couldn't you just go for something like regular people do? You know, what is that, you know? And that reminds us that we need to work harder and make it environmental justice a day-to-day word for power and empowerment for our communities and knowledge for our children, because critical thinking is a concept that is almost gone in our systems of learning. And so you have a big responsibility. I have a big responsibility to push forward the narrative for learning and education in these spaces. So I just wanted to thank you, and at the same time, just say we have a lot of work to do, and I hope to be part of that. Thank you.
Yeah. We have any other public comment?
Yes, thank you, Chair Eager. We did receive one additional request to comment on this item. I'd like to call on Raquel Pacheco. You are now free to unmute yourself and make a comment. Raquel Pacheco, you're free to unmute yourself and make your comment at this time. Okay, hearing nothing, we can go ahead and move forward. We have no other requests at this time.
Great, thank you. Now we will move to an issue we've been waiting for, tab 14, Clean Freight, Final Clean Freight Corridor Efficiency Assessment, SB 671. Kayla.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Today I will be presenting the final SB 671 assessment. This assessment is the result of over 2 years of collaboration. It creates a path forward to help meet climate goals set by Executive Order N7920, and will also help to improve public health by reducing diesel emissions. While the assessment is not a station-specific implementation plan, it is a high-level analysis of what is needed to transition to zero-emission freight infrastructure. Next slide, please. The assessment was developed through a collaborative work group effort. State agencies met every other week, and a larger work group representing many different sectors met about every 5 weeks. The SB 671 work group was open to anyone who was interested in participating. We hosted 14 work group meetings total, and a total of 140 organizations were a part of our work group, and 300 individuals were a part of our work group contact list. Next slide, please. The assessment identifies the top 6 freight corridors and their links to ports of entry, and the top 34 priority freight corridors in the state. Next slide, please. The assessment also includes 3 scenarios of potential statewide zero-emission infrastructure needs. It includes the idea of focusing first on an initial viable network of stations needed along the top 6 corridors. The cost of the 2035 initial viable network is estimated to be between 10 and 15 billion, and all fund sources will need to be utilized for this. Next slide, please. Now I'll go over just a few key policy recommendations. The final assessment includes 17 recommendations to address the 3 barriers to clean freight infrastructure development. These barriers are timing and sequencing of corridor station development, the economic viability of the zero-emission transition for fleet owners, and the complex ecosystem of potential stations and stakeholders. Some key policy recommendations are highlighted on the slide, but a few of them are: the legislature should consider authorizing a categorical exemption from CEQA and should set a statutory default permit approval deadline for zero-emission infrastructure to help streamline station development. State agencies should continue working on electric infrastructure planning. State agencies, RTPAs, MPOs, and the legislature should explore funding for infrastructure near the California-Mexico border. And the California Air Resources Board could create a provision within the Low Carbon Fuel Standard Program to support build-out and operation of fast charging and hydrogen fueling infrastructure for medium-duty and heavy-duty vehicles. The recommendations listed in the final assessment will also be included in the Commission's 2023 annual report. Next slide, please. The central delivery team would be a part of the larger infrastructure strike team and would work with the state agencies and local planners and community members on more regionally specific plans and potential locations for zero-emission infrastructure, and would also lead other efforts. Next slide, please. We held a 30-day public comment period from September 26th to October 26th of this year for the draft assessment. We received comments from 24 different organizations and addressed each comment we received. Comments were focused on community engagement, detailed scenario information, and use cases. Commenters wanted us to emphasize the importance of including impacted communities, local transportation equity leaders, environmental justice organizations, community-based organizations, tribal leaders, and others in the zero-emission infrastructure decision-making process. They also requested that we provide more detail about how the 3 infrastructure estimates were calculated. This information is included in the appendix of the assessment. And commenters also requested that we clarify that battery electric vehicles may be used for all truck use cases. Final slide, please. The final assessment can be found on our SB 671 webpage. We are extremely appreciative of the partnership over the last 2 years between our fellow state agencies, including but not limited to California Air Resources Board, the California Public Utilities Commission, the California Energy Commission, the Governor's Office of Business and Economic Development, CalSTA, and Caltrans. I'd also like to thank and show appreciation for our work group members for their participation, collaboration, and feedback. Now, we also recognize that as the publicly funded zero-emission recharging and refueling stations are built in the years ahead, it will be important to consider how revenues generated can be used to provide investment towards the future, additional zero-emission infrastructure or improvements. We believe that this is an important issue to address in the years ahead as the stations come online, and it will be considered for a legislative recommendation in the Commission's 2024 annual report. Finally, this effort would not have been successful without the Commission staff who have worked on this over the last 2 years. Thank you to Cherry Zamora, Ken Lopez, Matthew Yozgat, and especially to Hannah Walter for her dedicated leadership throughout this process. This concludes my presentation. Staff recommends approval of the final Clean Freight Corridor Efficiency Assessment.
Thank you, Kayla. It's a long time coming, but what a wonderful report you and the staff did. So we want to commend you all for all that wonderful work, and certainly Hannah for, I think she put her lifeblood into getting this done. So thank you. Do we have any other comments and questions from commissioners? Yes, Commissioner Falcone.
Yeah. Thank you. And Kayla and team, Hannah. I'm always interested in next steps, and thank you for including the revenue opportunities as a potential recommendation to the legislature. I guess, again, my question is what comes next? We want to ensure that this is a living document and that there's implementation. And so I know, we have to find some champions, it seems like. So I guess the question is, where do we go from here after all of this really hard work, and not just from the staff, but everyone that contributed their time to help inform the creation of this document?
Thank you, Commissioner Falcone. And the assessment does outline some recommendations for the idea of a central delivery team. And they would, like I said, work alongside the strike team that has been outlined in the executive order, and we're hoping to be involved in that process. We're going to continue the conversations with the state agencies that we've been working with over the next couple of months to hopefully get the central delivery team started. We don't know who will lead that effort quite yet, but we hope to be involved.
If I could add a couple of things to what Kayla said that I think are really important about the SB 671 assessment is that we were intentional in aligning the SB 671 assessment with our recommendations for our annual report. And so as we're going out and talking about our annual report, that will be one of our main messages is how do we implement the 671 assessment and who's going to be our champion in the legislature to help us.
Thank you. Commissioner Norton?
Yes, first I wanted to say that this is one of the most expansive work groups. I mean, 300 different entities. I think it really says a lot about how the state is moving into this brave new world of new kinds of energy, fueling, and moving forward in a goods movement network that is also pro-community. And so I think it's very exciting that we have a goal of making sure that our freeway system is going to be able to have a state of good repair and adapt to the needs presented by a new type of fueling network and a cleaner system. I wanted to ask, since we still have 3 years of IIJA, since there are some really timely opportunities for requests, as you're putting the central delivery team and the strike teams together, what's the report back going to look like to the commission? How do we start, really digging in on making sure we're jumping at some opportunities? We've got some corridors like the 71010 that are really in need of addressing the current diesel and the particulate matters, and we want to start implementing that zero emission system as soon as we can. Can you talk a little bit about what the strike team and the central delivery team have in terms of mandates and how quickly we could be working with the legislature to get some of these applications in so that the federal government can be part of the conversation, especially since we move 35% of the nation's imports. And we have heard really great input from our Equity Advisory Committee about the impacts that are happening in the communities and ways in which we can have a pro-community, pro-jobs, pro-goods movement strategy that we're all participating in.
Thank you, Commissioner Norton. I might default to Hannah and Matthew to add to this, but as far as reporting back, we've done a really good job, I think, of keeping our work group members involved and informed, even up till last week, to send them what this final assessment is and what you guys have seen attached to the book item. And I think the plan is still to keep them involved and informed as we receive information. Obviously, the space is ever changing, and I mean, even up to the day, sometimes we're always getting new updates or getting in contact with new people that want to be a part of this. So definitely keeping them informed by email or whatever it may be, and commission updates as needed or as new information comes up. I don't know if Hannah or Matthew want to add to any of the IIJA.
I can add one thing to it. One of the things that'll happen at our next joint meeting, and we heard from Chair Randolph of the California Air Resources Board at the end of our meeting, requesting an update on SB 671 as CARB is a very vital partner in how we hear that. And so as we start to work with CARB and California Energy Commission and California Public Utilities Commission to implement 671, we'll continue to bring back those updates as additional information becomes available and as we're starting to hit those milestones where concrete actions are starting to happen.
I like the pun on concrete actions, by the way. I wanted to follow up with you, Director Chair, because I'd like to ask, as the hydrogen side has just gotten $1.2 billion for ARCHES, as we've seen some of the great work that the LA Clean Tech Incubator has been doing about locating potential sites for EV charging of goods movement, what could the private sector be doing right now as they want to eagerly participate in looking at potential sites, investing in how to fuel up, and starting to look at freight networks and how they invest in fleets?
So I know when I don't know, and my team is amazing, but one of the things we can do is we can follow up and continue to have that conversation, but I don't know if Kayla or Hannah want to try to answer some of that question. You had to get up here at least once, Hannah.
Yeah.
Well, thank you for your comments earlier. I appreciate you very much. When it comes to the central delivery team and the next steps in terms of applying for some of those federal grants that are available and working with local communities on locations, we're really trying to be careful about working with GoBiz, CalSTA, and the CEC, because even though we're leading in the development of this report, those agencies have been the lead in the CEC and Caltrans are the leads in applying to the federal grants. So we don't want to dictate too much what we're going to apply for, but we will work with them to apply for whatever we can for electric infrastructure. And you know, it's likely that one of those organizations like CalSTA, Caltrans, GoBiz, or the CEC will be the lead of the central delivery team. So then they'll be able to take on that ownership. And when it comes to how the private industry can get involved, they've already been so involved. A lot of the great policy recommendations we have came from them. But in terms of locations specifically, what we need them to do is engage with us about what those locations are and what kind of criteria is good for business. Because we already have some heat maps that show, like that's the work we did with the Army Corps, showing the optimal tracks for hydrogen stations, is looking at where is good for business. And a lot of that looked at existing truck flows and minimum diversion from their existing pathways. But we need, and we know like some criteria for zero emissions specifically that's good, like the distance between stations and things like that. But what we need from industry is, what does your worker need? Where is in your community, where is your truck flow, and what would be good for you? And then we need to engage with like the communities that are impacted too, to get their feedback. So that's what we need from them right now.
Thank you.
Not you, Hannah. Hannah, Brandy hit us with a "see you later, we'll miss you."
Yeah. Have any other comments or questions from commissioners? Yes, Commissioner Grisby.
Thank you, Madam. Thank you, Madam Chair. And Hannah, you mentioned doing what's good for business, and I think I have a broad question, which is there a way to monitor the health of the industry as we're making these changes to maintain our competitive advantage? Is there any feedback loop for that?
That's an excellent question. But I don't have an answer right now, so I need to think on it and get back to you, because actually we were just in a freight logistics seminar yesterday, and this transition will have real impacts on the industry. I don't know, I mean, we've talked before, and I think actually USC or someone, I can't remember, did an economic impact assessment a while ago. That was, okay, yeah, that's what it was. That was really good. But in terms of monitoring it as we're going forward, the only thing I can think of right now is if we pay a university to develop metrics to measure that in a way that corresponds with the CARB deadlines that are in the ACF. We could do that. Yeah.
Hannah, can I ask you maybe a follow-up question to Commissioner Grisby's question? Is that it is true that as we're making this transition, industry will give us indicators based on how the economy is growing or not growing in some of these different things that we're talking about as well. We'll see those metrics in real time as it's happening, right?
Yes, I am sure we will hear from our partners. Thank you.
Yeah, but I guess there's a difference between hearing from partners and knowing what impact does it have on our market share for this.
Yes, like the data.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's why maybe, you know how SB1 has those research funds every year through like Mineta? That might be a good research topic for someone to pick up so that they can develop like measures to look at. Yeah.
I just have one quick question. So That's great that we can hear from partners, but do we actually have a mechanism for those partners to be able to send information to us? Is there
Yeah,
something concrete?
right. Well, that's the that's the kind of change that we're trying to affect through the assessment, because we're not a regulatory agency, so when we think about affecting change, we were trying to respond to some of the concerns we heard from industry by making policy recommendations to the legislature and for other state agencies. And that's how we were trying to affect change. Like we can't sponsor bills, we can't lobby, but maybe some of our partners might pick some of those up and then move them forward, because yeah, we're not CARB, we can't make regulations. I don't know, Chair Eager, if that answers your question, but in terms of the authority to actually change something, we can't change the ACF, the ACT, but we can work with CARB to develop strategies to try to affect change.
I guess the mechanism I was talking about was from people in the industry to get that information to us. Is there some sort of mechanism that we can give to them saying, okay, on a monthly basis, on a yearly basis, fill this out or whatever that is, so that we can so it's not just anecdotal every now and then, the same people?
Oh yeah, that's a good point. I mean, the way we have been doing that up to now is through the work group, so we should maybe continue some form of that. But if we have a university study the impacts on an ongoing basis, then we would need to create some kind of source data, and we could potentially reach out to them for that.
Yeah. One of the other things that I can offer is if we work with the California Air Resources Board as they're implementing their advanced clean fleets and advanced clean trucks, it may be beneficial to us to work with them to create that mechanism as well, so that we can hear at our joint meetings in other places as well. And so we can work with that. Hannah will be gone, but we can definitely do that. I might tell Mike that I want her to do this for us. Just joking.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, tab 15, just. Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, it sure is. I thought I asked for that already. Do we have any public comment?
Hello, Chair Yeager. Yes, we do. We have a few virtual attendees requesting to comment on this item at this time. I'd like to first call on Sam Wilson.
Hey,
Sam, I see.
can you guys hear me? I think that my audio may have just gone out.
Yes,
Right, so
we
you
can
guys
hear
on
you.
mute, maybe?
We can hear you.
I can not hear you guys. I assume you can hear me because you started the clock. So I'll just I'll jump into it. So yeah, thanks so much for having us here today. My name is Sam Wilson. I'm a senior vehicles analyst with the Union of Concerned Scientists. I lead our Western States heavy duty vehicle electrification policy and technical analysis. Just want to say first off, I really appreciate that CTC staff and commissioners really do seem to understand that electrifying commercial vehicles is key to mitigating climate change and improving public health in California. This report really is a hugely meaningful first step towards creating a successful whole of government approach to developing the fueling infrastructure that we need to support the transition to a cleaner and more equitable transportation and freight system. We certainly appreciate staff's openness to our coalition's feedback and suggestions on the draft report and improving the language around community engagement specifically. And going forward, we really hope to continue this meaningful engagement with staff on zero emission vehicle fueling infrastructure. I do have a couple of additional points of feedback on the report that I hope the commission might consider on the report's cover letter and also in some further research and work on the issue. So first, I think that the report, while it is a really great report, should have been more clear on the underlying assumptions on hydrogen fuel costs and the potential environmental and health impacts from hydrogen fuel. So around 99% of hydrogen fuel today is produced from steam reformed natural gas, actually about 95%, excuse me, from steam reformed natural gas, meaning that a zero tailpipe emission fuel cell truck still has life cycle climate warming impacts that are similar to that of today's diesel trucks. And yeah, you know, while renewable energy powered electrolytic hydrogen fuel capacity is growing and would significantly reduce the embodied climate warming emissions in hydrogen fuel, we've still got to be realistic regarding the energy efficiency compromises of hydrogen compared to battery electric trucks. So research shows that battery electric trucks can travel roughly 3 times the distance of a similar fuel cell truck on the same amount of renewable energy. And while fuel cell trucks may be the best option in some niche situations, we really should be prioritizing direct electrification wherever we can to maximize energy efficiencies and cost effectiveness. On the economic side of the coin, just real quick, the report's hydrogen assumption does align with the fuel cost of other agencies, which I believe is around $4 a kilogram by the end of the decade. However, prices right now are exceeding $30 a kilogram at the pump. So, yes, increased productions and economies of scale are going to reduce at the pump cost and production costs, but research has shown that even by 2030, the cost to drive a 400-mile route in California on a BEV will be about 25% cheaper than a fuel cell. So just really important to consider while we're planning stations for the future. I'm out of time, so again, just thanks again for all the hard work on the report. It's a really great start, and we're looking forward to continuing working with you all in the future. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Do we have any other public comment?
Yes, we have a few more. Up next, I'd like to call on Bill Boyce.
Hello. Thank you, Madam Chair and the Commission for opportunity to make comments on SB 671. I'm Bill Boyce, representing the California Electric Transportation Coalition today, also known as CalETC. It's an industry trade association that is comprised of the major electric utilities in the state, as well as several major automakers, electric vehicle manufacturers, charging equipment suppliers, service providers, and developers. CalETC would like to thank and commend staff on the SB 671 final assessment. CalETC participated in the proceeding and providing feedback all along the way, and agrees with and supports the results of the assessment. CalETC looks forward to working with the involved agencies and other industry participants and stakeholders to actualize clean goods movement in the state. And however the forum takes its place as grants and other types of opportunities arise to help actualize this vision. So once again, thank you, and we support the assessment. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Next.
Up next, I'd like to call on Chelsea Lee.
Hello, my name is Can you hear me?
Now we can.
Okay, thank you. Hi, everyone. My name is Chelsea Lee, and I'm with Better World Group Advisors. We represent more than 30 environmental justice, equity, health, labor, and other organizations that are interested to see the expediting of infrastructure deployment in a way that prioritizes equitable process and outcomes. We'd first like to thank staff for their efforts to address the concerns raised by members of the ZEV Trucks and Advanced Clean Fleets Implementation Coalition in our previous comment letter. However, some of our concerns regarding hydrogen capacity data and community engagement persist. First, the assessment lacks detail on the anti-displacement strategies that should be implemented to safeguard community cohesion. The assessment should recommend coordination with the CalSTA Anti-Displacement Subcommittee and identify ways to support anti-displacement strategies across the priority corridors. It should also provide more specific recommendations for engagement with environmental justice communities along the priority corridors. Secondly, the assessment should address real barriers and inefficiencies to zero-emission deployment rather than weekend CEQA. Third, the assessment lacks an examination in ways in which intra-departmental funding priorities can realign to support more rapid deployment of charging infrastructure. Fourth, while we appreciate staff's efforts to address community engagement in the assessment, the community engagement process must be strengthened within the assessment and in practice. Staff should more intentionally engage with communities in the process from the beginning in order to more effectively and accurately reflect equitable practices in their recommendations. And fifth, the assessment should better account for the variation in expert literature on hydrogen capacity data. In summary, we recommend that staff include in a cover letter a statement acknowledging the lack of community engagement within the assessment's development, as well as its lack of variation in hydrogen capacity data. We have shared with staff a more detailed document with red line edits by email. Our advocates are also happy to meet with staff to discuss more recommendations in detail. We do look forward to working with you to shape the state's transportation infrastructure moving forward. Thank you very much.
Great, thank you. Do you have any others?
Yes, up next, I'd like to call on Jack Symington.
Hello, this is Jack Symington with the Los Angeles Clean Tech Incubator. I'd certainly like to commend the staff on this report, especially Hannah Walter. Multiple workshops with over 300 representatives is no easy feat, especially a lot of conflicting and assertive voices, but it's a great looking report. I'd also like to thank the staff for looking at Lacey's model for how to involve the community in infrastructure siting decisions. I think this was a very important project that we worked on with some community-based organizations, utilities, and fleets to understand where there can be overlapping interests in deploying some of this infrastructure along some of these corridors. One other just comment to make on the CEQA matter. I think it goes without saying that there's a lot of need to speed up the permitting and assessment and siting of these. That can likely be done without wholesale CEQA exemption. And if there is a middle ground to thread between the two, that should be looked at very carefully. There could potentially be the ability to look at nodes in the logistics network like warehouses, distribution centers, truck stops, et cetera, that are already frequented by trucks and are looking to install charging infrastructure and figuring out a way to exempt those which have already done a lot of work, but not open the door to a greenfield logistics project that just because it has charging infrastructure attached to it could become categorically exempt for some reason. So there's definitely a lot of nuance there to figure out, but I'm confident that between the task force strike group and that will continue after this report, that work can get done. Thank you for the opportunity to comment.
Thank you. Any other public comment?
I see no other request to comment on this item at this time. Thank you.
Thank you. One more.
Catherine Garrison, I believe you have a request to comment. Yeah. If so, you are free to unmute yourself at this time.
Yes. Good evening, Chair Eager, Commissioners, Executive Director Taylor, and the CTC staff. I am Catherine Garrison, an engineer with the California Air Resources Board. I report to CARB's Zero Emission Infrastructure Specialist, Annalisa Bevan. Annalisa was not able to be here today and sends her regrets. A little over a year ago, Hannah and I jointly presented on the Priority Clean Corridors at the November joint California Transportation Commission, the California Air Resources Board, and the Housing and Community Development meeting. As you heard in that presentation, the CTC team worked closely with CARB in establishing the priority freight corridors. CARB wishes to express our gratitude for this close coordination, collaboration, and inclusive spirit continued throughout this 2+ year project. Under Hannah's leadership, the assessment aligned the state's effort on transportation, energy, health, and the environment. The assessment includes a plan for identifying the initial infrastructure needed to support zero-emission freight and the next steps California can take to begin building the necessary infrastructure in a timely manner. CARB has estimated that over $18.6 billion in savings in statewide health spending through 2040 will result from the advanced clean trucks and the Advanced Clean Fleets regulations. An estimated 1,720 lives will be saved. In addition, the communities nearby freight corridors most impacted by the diesel pollution will find relief. Zero-emission infrastructure is needed to realize these benefits. This assessment has looked at the publicly accessible initial viable network needed along corridors to help realize these benefits. We congratulate Hannah, Kayla, Sherry, Ken, and Matthew on the completion of this first of its kind zero-emission truck infrastructure planning focused on corridors in the United States. CARB looks forward to supporting CTC and the implementation of the assessment. We urge the commissioners to approve the assessment and direct staff to transmit the assessment to the relevant policy and fiscal committees of the California legislature. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other public comment?
I do not see any other requests for comment. Should we be expecting any others? Okay, thank you, Caleb. I think that concludes all requests at this time. Thank you.
Thank you. With that, I'll entertain a motion.
So moved.
Second. Was,
Bradshaw.
oh, okay.
That was the motion. I think
Clarissa was the second?
Yeah.
Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Falcone? Now we'll move to item 15, Justin.
Great. Good afternoon, Commissioners. Tab 15 is an action item. Staff recommends approving the 2023 annual report to the legislature as summarized in the attachment to the yellow replacement book item. The annual report describes the Commission's major accomplishments over the past year. These include allocating nearly $12 billion to existing transportation projects, awarding over $2 billion to new projects, and completing multiple legislative mandates, including the SB 671 assessment, the SB 339 road charge pilot design recommendations, and the SB 1121 interim transportation system needs assessment. As a legislative update, the Senate and Assembly will return from interim recess on January 3rd, and the governor is required to submit his initial 2024-25 state budget by January 10th. Staff will provide an update on both these topics at the January Commission meeting. This concludes my report, and staff recommends approval of the 2023 annual report.
Sorry. Thank you. Do we have any commissioners have questions?
It's not a
Vice
question,
Chair
it's a
Guerrero?
comment. I want to thank Justin Behrens for leading this effort that culminated in a report to the legislature and the administration that I believe we can all be proud of. It's substantive, it's thorough, it's well-written. I turned to the end, I turned to the last page just to see how it would end. Too.
And it's all good.
It is.
Yeah.
So I'd like to, if it's okay, I'd like to make a motion that we approve it.
Unless we have
just to
public
the-
comment.
We received no public comment for the item. Thank you.
Okay, then Vice Chair Gardino makes the
Thank you.
motion.
And good call, Chair. I got a little bit ahead of myself.
That's okay.
So I would like to make a motion that we approve.
Do I have a second? Second. Second, Falcone. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. You're still up, Justin.
I am still up. Oops. Commissioners, tab 16 is an informational item. Keith Duncan from Caltrans Budgets will present the item on budget and allocation capacity.
Madam Chair, Commissioners, good evening and happy Wednesday. For sake of time, knowing it's short, I'm going to go ahead and jump through, just acknowledge most of the agenda material has the meeting update, commission activities, departmental activities. As Justin already mentioned, Jan 10 budget will be released for 24-25 proposed budget. At the January meeting, we'll provide an update, work with Justin and commission staff to provide that update to you. Also at the January meeting, we know commission staff's feverishly working on the next ATP cycle, Active Transportation Program, sorry. At the January meeting, we do plan to provide a draft fund estimate for the next cycle for your consideration. And then in March, we'll present the final for your consideration for adoption. One final note, I believe at the October meeting, Commissioner Martinez did ask about the CRISA backfill. We had the STIP backfill that we did. I got to talk tall. I'll spin down. You can see the top of my head. Okay.
Scrunch down.
The Carissa backfill, as we recall back in August, we made the commitment to backfill the STIP portion. We want to definitely provide the response that we will be backfilling the non-STIP portion as well. And it's going to be backfilled with state highway account funds. There are a couple of projects that might not be state highway account eligible, but we will work with local partners to make sure everything is legal as can be. And I'll just kind of end it at that, available for any questions you may have.
Just to sum up, we have money, we spent money, we need to spend more money, right?
Yes.
Okay.
As quickly as possible.
Do you have any other comments or questions from commissioners?
I would just like to support Commissioner Liu's comment about money.
Spend money. Get money and spend money. Okay.
We are available to allocate.
Do you have any public comment?
We did not receive any public comment on the item.
Great. Thank you.
Thank you.
That's it. Thank you.
So skip 17, go to 18, take the elected official on 18 and go to wrap because we're going to be in here by 5:30.
We're going to skip item 17 at the moment. I believe we have someone that would like to speak on item 18.
Councilmember Middleton? We'll take the full item tomorrow.
Good evening, Commissioners, and thank you for accommodating my schedule since I cannot be here tomorrow. Lisa Middleton, Palm Springs City Council, and I'm here also representing all of the cities of the Coachella Valley and the region. Tomorrow, you're going to receive staff recommendations for a local transportation climate adaptation project that will provide the funding for a bridge over Indian Canyon, which is a major artery in Palm Springs area. It is a north-south artery that this year has been closed due to climate events for over 70 days. Approximately 1 mile short of where this new bridge will go in is Desert Regional Hospital, which is the level 1 trauma center serving nearly 500,000 people. During Tropical Storm Hillary, because we did not have a bridge over Indian Canyon and the limited number of other access roads coming into and out of our area, doctors and nurses were unable to get to work. Many doctors and nurses stayed and worked 48-hour shifts in order to be able to serve the public. For the communities that are north of Interstate 10, which tend to be the underserved communities, when this roadway goes out, what is a 10 to 15-minute ambulance drive frequently turns into a 45-minute to a 1-hour drive when every moment counts and lives are at stake. And these are underprivileged communities. For so many in my community of Palm Springs, we still can get to the hospital, but the folks north of the freeway are struggling. We've been trying for over 25 years to get funding for this project, and thanks to the innovation of the Coachella Valley Association of Governments, leadership of Tom Kirk, we found a way to cut the cost for building a bridge from over $300 million down to somewhere between $50 and $75 million. So your funding for this project is going to make an enormous impact in our community. I want to thank staff for all of the work that they have done and ask you tomorrow to approve the staff recommendations and then come on out to Palm Springs on Thursday night for the party. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Yes.
Councilmember, I just want to thank you for coming. Even though we're taking up this item tomorrow, we wanted to make sure you were heard, and you are. All politics and policy is personal. We have family in the Coachella Valley. When our little boy was very young and fell and conked his head with a concussion, that hospital was where the ambulance raced him with his nervous parents and the pace car behind. And the thought that 70 days and an hour trip to get to that incredibly important level 1 trauma center could be blocked is just one more reason why the work our staff here has done on the LTCAP has been so vital. So we're considering it tomorrow, but please know that you've been heard and we appreciate you coming.
Thank you. We have to be out of here. So we are going to conclude the meeting today. Tomorrow, we will start with tab 17. We have to be out of here by 5:30, so y'all have to get up and run now. With that, we are adjourned.